And first of all, let's all of us clap for ourselves for keeping time. Let's clap for ourselves. You did great. Far better than yesterday. My name is Andrew Chamagiro. Again, it's such an honor to be your master of ceremony. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for coming. We have our dear Deputy Attorney General. I am so humbled by your gesture. The Attorney General was here by 6:40 a.m. Let's give that a round of applause. That got me off the chain. I was packing and he was packing. And in the same vein, allow me to appreciate our neighbor, Honorable Justice. Nzuki was equally here by exactly 7:15. So I was doing a roll call of sorts. Yesterday we had a very great day. And in a special way, I'm going to request the Deputy Attorney General to first come and stand here. Please, just come and stand up here. The camera team, are all ready. You're going to face the audience. And I'm going to request that we all stand up. Today is such a unique day. Please, let's all stand up. Mr. Wakafuza, I request that you get on the platform a bit higher so that we have... Today, it's a very great day today that our Deputy Attorney General is celebrating his birthday. So, please, and the Lady Justice, let's celebrate them. They're all celebrating their birthday. And in a special way, I'll request the microphone to go to the Honorable Minister to lead us in a happy birthday song. We are so much of an inclusive society, and we celebrate this every other day. So the Minister will lead us in a happy birthday song for both of them as we're celebrating such a unique day. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday, my Lord, my brother. Well, as soon as I arrived here to tip the DJ that it's a special day for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear both of you.
Happy birthday to you. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Flowers.
2 more years. We may take our seats. And let's allow the birthday babies to stay up for a picture moment. Let them stay up. Let me request all our keynote addresser, please come up here. Let's take this photo with the birthday babies. Justice, our honorable ministers, please. Mr. Sekatawa, please. Let's have this photo moment with the birthday babies here. On such a great day. Those of you who are asking how old are you now, unless you're from NIRA, that data is classified. Okay. Round of applause. Clap for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now that we're here and we have celebrated our birthday babies, please, as and when you can, and you find them maybe when we have a break, a tea break, congratulate them. It's never easy to be alive every day. We thank God for that. Just to give you a recap of yesterday, we started a very great day, and I want to appreciate the different speakers that gave us a conversation yesterday. We had Mr. Simwe Alex, who gave us a very great contextual background of this annual labor convention, and this is the second one. We had the president of the Uganda Law Society who gave us what this means to the law fraternity. Again, we had the deputy head of mission, Kingdom of Belgium, Mr. Luke Pearson, who gave us the context of the development partners. The same applied to Stephen Opio, the chief technical advisor from the International Labour Organization. We had the Honorable Minister of State for Labour, Employment and Industrial Relations, Honorable Esther Anyakun, who equally gave us the government direction on this, and the Honorable Minister Betty Monji, the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, who gave us government's commitment on this. We had a couple of thematic areas: access to labor. This was presented by the Honorable Justice of Employment and Labor Relations. The court was a keynote address there. And we had access to labor. That was presented by the Lady Justice Linda Lydian Tumasime, the baby today. And again, we had a pending panel discussion, which we're having today, the access to labor justice in Uganda. Mr. Charles Mudiwa, the MD of DFCU Bank, gave us the context of what the future looks like. And we had a panel discussion there of the future of work in Uganda. This was moderated by my brother Moses Segawa, the head of Labor and Retirement Benefits Cluster, Uganda Law Society. And finally, we had the mental health conversation with Dr. Juliet Naku. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are yet ready for another roller coaster. But allow me to appreciate our key partners in this. We want to appreciate the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for the ministry. We appreciate NSSF for being a part of this. We appreciate, thank you. We appreciate the Uganda Law Society, Rescue International. We want to appreciate the Industrial Code of Uganda. Yesterday, one of the comments on Twitter, a Ugandan following this conversation in Namibia was shocked that we actually have this. It's functional in our country. It shows that we are on the right trajectory. Lady Justice. Let's appreciate the project Grow and our great partner and sponsor, Annabelle. Let's clap for Annabelle, ladies and gentlemen. And not forgetting, you, a great participant. We have the Federation of Uganda Employers that is here. We have Uganda Printing and Publishing Corporation is here. We have the MDs here. Professor, thank you so much for gracing this occasion. Without any further ado, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Honorable Jackson Kafuzi, the Deputy Attorney General, to set the pace for today. You're welcome, sir. Let's clap for him. He was the first participant here today.
Wow, what a special day. It's not every year you celebrate your birthday the way we have done. Thank you so much. You made us all feel so special. For those of you who don't know me, and I know that many don't know me, I'm called Kafuzi Jackson. I'm the Deputy Attorney General. I'm a member of Parliament, and I'm here to give you my brief remarks. The Honourable Minister, maybe before I start, I want to recognize all of you here and thank you for turning up. Amongst you, I have a special friend, a colleague, a classmate, and old OB, right from our school days. Council Sekatawa, Ali. We come a long way. He sent me a message at midnight, exactly 0000. That is 24. And we have this team, we call ourselves Class of 98. We are quite close, so we celebrate each other. We are literally together 24/7. The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Judge with the Industrial Court, the Permanent Secretary is here present, members of Parliament, public servants in their various capacities, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to make these opening remarks at this annual Labour Convention Expo 2024, an event that commemorates International Labour Day. International Labour Day is an important day, not just for Uganda, but across the world, as we get to appreciate and take stock of the contributions made by workers in our economy and the country as a whole. This is in recognition of the important role that labor has played in human life long before the Industrial Revolution. History has it that the 1st of May date was chosen by the American Federation of Labor to commemorate a general strike in Chicago, United States, where tens of thousands of American workers were fighting for their rights, which included, among others, their living and working conditions. It thus can be discerned that the day was born out of a struggle for labor rights. For many years, the day has come to be celebrated every year across the world. The theme chosen for this second annual National Labor Convention and Expo 2024 is an apt one: improving access to labor justice, a prerequisite for increased labor productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all agree, there cannot be productive labor in any society where justice is absent. It's one of the reasons we should celebrate our seniors that are manning the industrial court. This was in recognition of the truth that the framers of our Constitution placed labor rights among those rights enshrined and protected in the Constitution. This is what Article 40, Clause 1 of the Constitution is all about. Article 40 of the Constitution requires Parliament to enact laws to provide for the right of persons to work under satisfactory, safe, and healthy conditions, to ensure equal payment for equal work without discrimination, and to ensure that every worker is accorded rest and reasonable working hours and periods of holiday with pay, as well as remuneration for public holidays. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that these rights are of no value if there is no mechanism through which they can be enforced. Therefore, it is important that there are fora where workers can conveniently and at minimal cost enforce their right as and when they feel infringed upon. The strides made by Uganda in this regard deserve due recognition. The starting point being the Constitution and the laws which guarantee the right of any citizen access to justice in all forms as and when they deem their rights are infringed upon. The Constitution under Article 29, Clause E, guarantees the right of workers to find justice through association with other workers, not just for purposes of bargaining power, but also for purposes of seeking justice whenever it becomes necessary. This, of course, is buttressed by several international legal instruments to which Uganda has appended its signature. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda through Parliament has enacted a number of laws that recognize and protect labor rights, among which I can say we have the Employment Act of 2006 and its regulations, which govern individual employment relationships, and provide, among others, the Employment Act 2006 and regulations, which is a law governing individual employment relationships and provides for, among others, relating to forced labor, discrimination, sexual harassment in employment. I think that was not properly written. I beg your pardon. The Labor Dispute Arbitration Settlement Act of 2006, which is a law relating to industrial relations and how labor disputes are resolved. The Labor Unions Act of 2006, which is a law to regulate the establishment, registration, and management of labor unions. The Workers' Compensation Act, Chapter 224, which is an act to provide for compensation for workers injured in the course of their employment. And the Public Service Act of 2008 and the regulations made thereunder, which among others provides for the rights, privileges, and protection of public officers. As alluded to above, these laws are given meaning by the existence of court and the fora as the fora where labor disputes are resolved. Industrial court is one of the important fora which was established under the Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Act of 2006, laws of Uganda, and commenced its service to the workers on 7th of August 2006. Note that the Industrial Court is dedicated to entertain and adjudicate labor disputes. It is organized in such a way that the workers before it feel they are talking to people that understand them. This is so because the court comprises of the chief judge, a judge, an independent member, a representative of employers, and a representative of employees. Further, this court is not bound by the strict rules of evidence, meaning that it's somewhat flexible. In addition to this, the legal architects also provided for labor officers to handle disputes, which is another forum to enable employees to register their grievances to be heard in the shortest possible time. Therefore, the legal framework in Uganda offers sufficient avenues for access to justice by workers. This is in recognition of the role of workers that they play in the economy in advancing the country. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, there is always room for improvement. For example, the industrial court is operational, yes, but it is here in Kampala. And I can tell you, even if you turned it into a quiz or an interview exam, many people will tell you that they have not heard about it. We have MPs representing workers. I'm not sure that all the workers know of the existence of these courts. The MPs have also failed in linking the court to the workers. I'm sorry if I'm being hard on my parliament colleagues, but I think the sooner you create those linkages, the safer it will be for all our workers. The court needs to go outside of Kampala. The court needs to reach out. The court needs to teach. But before the court does that, the MPs need to do that. And before the MPs do that, the Minister of Gender needs to do that. It is a responsibility for us all as a government if we are to achieve this. My colleague, the Honorable Minister, I would be happy if you were to organize either regional conferences for workers or district level. Let the MPs speak to them, teach them about their rights, tell them of the existence of these courts. Let His Lordship Anthony or Her Lordship appear once in a while and tell them that the courts exist and that this is what has been done, and encourage them to reach out to those courts and fight for their rights. Incidentally, for us who are members of parliament, we get some of those complaints from workers. And at times we are conflicted, especially when those complaints come from within our area or constituents. But if those workers knew where else they can go other than reach through a member of parliament, they would come directly. Please make yourselves known. I have myself been accused of being an unknown. People say, hey, you are the Deputy Attorney General, we don't know you. I tell them, yes, I may be a politician, but my work is more of desk work. I leave my office at 10 p.m. So I'm not going to go selling myself because I'm not looking for votes. When I'm looking for votes, I know where to go. I'm imploring you, the three organs, before we go to the labor unions, the three organs, the court, the MPs, and the ministry. Please try to reach out. I noticed that the labor unions are many and sometimes they have their own differences. They have their own politics. So they may not do the mobilization the way we need it because they will do it with vested interest. But the MP represents all workers. The minister or the Minister of Gender is there for all workers, gender, labor, and social law. And the judge presides over all their disputes. Please reach out. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I've had an opportunity to look at the topics to be discussed during the convention. I am happy to observe that these areas speak to the theme of the convention, and therefore I'm convinced that the deliberations you are going to have will go a long way in enriching your understanding of this subject and will equip you to come up with the solutions and proposals towards enhancing access to justice for our workers. It appears that I will not be here for the discussion, but I hope my comments will also be useful in enhancing access to justice, especially if the three organs, our court, the MPs, and the ministry can be proactive and try to reach out. For us, we travel this country. You will realize that if you go to a place as remote as Chegegwa, where you come from, probably a few people have heard of the industrial court. Go to Kasese, go to Gulu or Kitugu. So please, let's not only serve the people in Kampala, but even those in Kampala need to be sensitized. The people in Chukuwo, those employed down there, know that they can also seek to have their rights addressed. Thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank you for a memorable birthday celebration. This was a special one. I don't know if I will ever have one like this, because I've not had one like this. Maybe if I would have one, which one would be better? I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let's give him a round of applause again. And I pray that he stays with us in the very first session. We are a country that believes in cakes. And maybe the team working on that, we can expedite it so that he leaves when we have cut a cake at least. There is no better way to tell your family that you celebrated birthday without a cake. It's not a birthday then. Part of the key things you've alluded to, Deputy Attorney General, it's something to do with publicity. Believe you me, when I was given the task to moderate this, I had a whole night of reading. I was like industrial cooperative. I had a lot of data to get from a couple of peers. I strongly believe there is a media desert about this quote, but while we are saying there is more publicity to be done, each one of us has a mandate to extend it to your spaces. For the fourth estate, I pledge to publicize more about this. And Lady Justice, on behalf of NTV, I pledge at least 30 minutes of free airtime that you come and you publicize more about this. And equally, we could do more stories of success stories about this. It never stops in Kampala. Justice needs to be stretched. Oftentimes we run to Mr. Owere to come and talk and FUE. This time we'll make sure that the panel has a component of the industrial code to expedite this conversation. Thank you so much. Now, yesterday we are Africans, we never throw away food. And yesterday we had a leftover of a key conversation we should have. The access to labor justice in Uganda. Friends, you're going to allow me to invite eminent brains that are going to break it down for us. But please note, every panel discussion we're having is going to be brief and to the point, to the core. I'm going to welcome Honorable Justice Anthony Wabwire, the judge of the Industrial Court, to come and take seat here. Whoever I invite, we clap for them. This is the very last of this. As you're gearing towards the Labor Day, let me welcome from the Federation of Uganda Employers, Madame Nyacho Julian, to come and join us up here. Let's appreciate her. And again, she represents the employers when it gets to the panel of the Industrial Court. Let me welcome Mr. Apollo Onzoma, the Assistant Commissioner, Industrial Relations, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And my friend and brother, Mr. Brian Kajubi, a member of the Executive Council of COF2, to come and join us up here. Let's clap for him. And this conversation will be moderated by Mr. Patson Arinitwe, the Senior Partner at Signum Advocates, to take us in this. Please, if you're tweeting out of these walls, let's permit the Deputy Attorney General to leave. Let's give him a round of applause. You're in safe hands. They are both celebrating their birthdays. Alinitwe.
Thank you, MC. It's my pleasure this morning to guide a conversation of an important topic. Since yesterday, we've been discussing access to labor justice. And we can trace it way back, 2006. We have a couple of important legislations passed: the Employment Act, Labor Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Act. It's over 18 years now. And later we had the industrial court set up, physically in 2014 August, and celebrating now close to, to 10 years of its existence. We want to unpack our topic this morning. How effective is the current labor dispute resolution mechanism? And we've had some discussion since yesterday about access to labor justice. And I'll begin with Honorable Justice Anthony. We've had conversations about the industrial court since yesterday in terms of its genesis, but what's its mandate? And how does it fit within the framework of access to labor justice?
Thank you very much, Patson, our session chair. But first, and I understand the instructions were to stick to the point, but it is important for me to acknowledge my fellow panelists and acknowledge them as eminent labor experts and practitioners, and indeed to thank all of you for your unending contribution and passion for matters labor. I am grateful to the ministry and its leadership and to our partners, development partners, in all that you do. But let me dig into the question. And it has been touched on. The industrial court enjoys referral and appellate jurisdiction. So, in that sense, we do not hear original cases. Our core is to address matters that have been referred to us by labor officers, and those are the matters that are referred to us by other courts and other government institutions, including the the Equal Opportunities Commission. So the idea is that we cannot entertain an original dispute. Regarding the manner in which it fits into the broader framework of labor dispute resolution, I would say that the industrial court presides. It's a supervisory role. Supervisory in the sense that the decisions rendered by the court then would become a guide, would breathe life into the legislation and guide on what might become an interpretation of the law. And for that, whatever aspect, whatever legislation one is coming from, be it the Employment Act or the Labor Unions Act, the appeals lie to the industrial court. So the exercise of appellate jurisdiction is, for want of a better expression, to settle the law, to settle matters labor. We are not an apex court. That still rests with the Court of Appeal, but in terms of a specialized labor court, we breathe life into the legislation. I hope I have addressed your question.
Yeah, thank you. Before I go to the ministry, maybe just a follow-up from the discussion. We've had the Deputy Attorney General over concerns over the publicity of court. It's now coming to 10 years. Would you consider, elaborating more, what could be some of the successes that have been registered from court that may not be visible to a number of people in the country?
Well, starting with the visibility question is something certainly we must address. But we do have, and that would have benefited the Deputy Attorney General, but I hope his colleagues can pass the message across. We have an outreach program, Our outreach permits us to hold sessions in every region. We have 9 sub-registries, and we actually are a very people-centered court because we take the justice right to the people. There's a lot of things happening now. We have, for instance, a digitization strategy that we are working on. Our vision is actually to be able to administer justice, labor justice, without a physical presence of any of the parties. And what are we doing? Her Lordship spoke about our IKIMIS. This is purely in-house developed. And we are saying in a year or so, and this also speaks to the gig economy and the youth, we are saying somebody should be able to present their case on a cell phone. And we are riding on the success of things like mobile money. So we do not wish that technology be looked at as complicated, but we are saying all we need is cameras. We have support from ILO in working on this. We would have a fully digitized space, an OB van, outside broadcasting van, and things like that, and be able to park at a spot under a tree and attend to labor issues. Speaking of the successes of the court, you simply have to look at the jurisprudence. Today, when we speak, the court has actually, it's bringing, the court is coming into the future. We have had interesting decisions, and we would urge you to visit our website. We are working with Yuli as well, because we think that if there is a digest of these decisions, it will be appreciated that the industrial court has actually been breathing a lot of life into labor justice.
Yeah, thank you. To the Minister, Mr. Apple, we've had statistics yesterday. Very few labor officers who are not covering the entire country. We only have 1 industrial court operational. And from the statistics, almost each judge now has over 1,000 cases. There's a danger that we might have backlog. As people in charge of administering the law, do you have alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to see that probably less matters go to the industrial court? And what's the role of call it the African Dispute Resolution Mechanism, or ADR? Is there a place, and what are some of those mechanisms that you are using at the ministry level?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe the first thing I should do is to clarify that we now have around 175 substantive labor officers in this country. In our recent engagement with labor officers on compliance training related to one of our laws, out of around 181, we only had about 5 were acting. So this means for example, each division of the city has a labor officer. Some have more than 1, although the law requires at least 1. And what the advantage, actually our role in dispute settlement begins right from the initiation of our notifications to employers. We give an opportunity right away from our notice to ask if the parties can settle. So that in itself communicates, even if the complaint is raised with a lot of emotions and many other things with it, but our law, our regulations provide that you must give an opportunity for the parties to see if they can settle. So in most cases, many cases end up being settled and we get feedback, or they come over and they discuss and people realize, either party realizes any challenges associated with the case, and therefore this is settled. We engage in most of the cases in the labor offices are handled through mediation. If this was not the case, then industrial court will be having a lot of cases coming. Most of the cases, we have a lot of cases had in labor offices, and the appeals are lodged to industrial court. So the labor offices do a lot of conciliation, mediation, and we work also with the existing framework. We have, especially where they are unionized workers, they draw the attention of the union, because the union has a collective bargaining framework which provides for how certain matters can be addressed at that level. So in most cases where there is a collective bargaining framework, the parties, we refer to the parties to exhaust that framework, and this in itself becomes more effective. It renews the industrial, the relationship which has gone wrong. You find in some cases even employers end up taking back employees who have been terminated because they have seen, they have got information from our people about the processes which ought to have been taken and where they went wrong, and that gives an opportunity for the parties to come back and continue together. So I must say, we do a lot of ADR, we sensitize, we consult, and that in itself helps to manage these cases with a human face. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And you've talked of unions. Just wanted to build up as to whether there's a framework, within the ministry to work with other stakeholders in resolving these disputes, because there are quite a number of people in the ecosystem of labor relations. Is there a framework where the ministry works with such other stakeholders?
At the moment, our work is tripartite in nature. It is established. Anything we do, there is a lot of social dialogue. It is given. So it is case by case, but we haven't yet established a framework. But the procedures of dealing with our cases are clearly provided for, and we know which cases belong to workplaces which may be having unionized workers, and that is the kind of arrangement we go. It is case by case. We also handle cases related to collective bargaining, cases related to strikes in workplaces, and that involves bringing the parties together and we discuss, the employer, the union, and the workers. So there are a number of cases we handle, not only individual workers, but we also handle cases between unions and employers related to the collective bargaining terms and conditions.
Right, thank you. To the member of the panels, Nacho, you've served at the industrial court panel representing the employers for some time. And to follow up from yesterday's discussion, there are several new trends coming, the future of work. From your experience as a panelist, what are some of those trends that are coming up in terms of the nature of the disputes that might shape how our disputes are resolved?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like, first of all, to appreciate my fellow panelists who are present here with me. And as a member of the court, and I've been there since 2014,
These are some of the cases that we interface with. First of all, most of the cases are wrongful termination, unlawful, wrongful, unfair termination or dismissal. This captures the majority of the disputes that come to court. Then a few are about non-payment of dues or wages. We also receive non-remittance of NSSF, but this is not really for our mandate to handle. But we try to guide and help the employees to see to it that they get their NSSF paid. A few from members of the union against their union. These are very few, so far about 3. And then we have non-recognition of labor unions by employers coming through. Since the laws require that the employers recognize the labor unions once they approach their workplaces. But in some cases, employers, and either they are not aware of this, but they just reject to receive the labor unions and recognize them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And is there a role that the Federation of Uganda Employers play in assisting its membership in resolving such disputes?
That takes me to the role of the Federation, which is quite I thought it was coming later. Should I go into it? Okay. The Federation of Uganda Employers, where I come from to belong to the Industrial Court, was established in 1960 as a registered organization to represent employers. So the Federation represents employers in social and economic matters, and this becomes the voice of employers in Uganda. The Federation has members from all sectors in the country, including government agencies, private sector, the SMEs, and non-formal areas where maybe there is self-employment, self-businesses, entrepreneurs who have started up their businesses. We also have law firms that are members to the Federation. So we voice the employers' issues concerning employment and economic environment. The Federation affiliates to the International Labour Organization, as we heard yesterday from the ILO representative. He said that we are a social partner to the labor organization, the International Labour Organization. We also affiliate to International Organization of Employers, Business Africa, and East African Employers Organization. So that is what goes on with FUE. As FUE, or Federation of Uganda Employers, we provide services to employers in areas of policy and advocacy, where we advocate for better laws or fair laws, policies that promote employment and promote businesses to thrive. We are involved in amending the labor laws as stated by the Deputy Attorney General, and we are involved through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and at that stage we also work as a tripartite, as mentioned by the Assistant Commissioner. In the process, we advocate for fair business environment and for continuity of employment. We also promote employment relations, good employment relations, and legal practices at the workplaces. By this, we create awareness among employers to comply with existing labor laws. We conduct surveys that promote best human resource practices, which is known as the Employee of the Year Award. And here, FUE is the voice of employers in the country. FUE also advises employers on labor matters, labor and employment matters. I think that is why our court's backlog is not as much as those for land cases, but we mitigate cases such that they don't go far. We encourage employers to resolve matters at the workplace, and we champion mediation. There are cases where we go to the workplaces and resolve matters between the employers and the employees. And then we promote industrial relations at the workplace, such that when there is harmony at the workplace, productivity also increases and the employers make profits. FUE also represents employers before the labor officers. We've had cases where our members call us, invite us to go with them before the labor officer, and sometimes we go as far as the industrial court. So we collaborate with some law firms that are members to also represent the member employers before the industrial court. And finally, we provide business development services, including training, sensitization, and under training, we have the major training for women. So I encourage all the women here to register and attend this Female Future program. You will not regret. It really helps to promote the women into higher positions and to do better, to become better managers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go straight to Brian. As, from the COFT perspective, how easy is it for an ordinary worker to navigate around the dispute resolution mechanisms, particularly for labor disputes?
Thank you so much, Patson and my former law lecturer. I'm humbled to be before you again. Once again, I recognize my fellow panelists. For clarity, I'm here representing the Council of Penina Kamwesiga, who is indisposed from COFTU, but I equally share similar views on the plight of employees or workers. The truth is, to answer your question, the truth is that it's been a bit hard for the workers to navigate through to access justice as enshrined under the Constitution and LADASA, or the Labor Dispute and Arbitration Settlement Act. Reason being, there are a few structural changes, structural challenges. Under COFTU, established by the Labor Unions Act, we are mandated to provide, advocate, and fight for the rights of workers, rather employees. Now, these workers or employees, they're entitled to free legal aid provided by COFTU. Now, the legal aid program, workers are supposed to lodge their complaints, then there's legal representation before the industrial court or any other legal officer. Now, very few workers are aware of that. They don't know. Now, that hinders them from accessing labor justice. So at the end of the day, others will run to ordinary professional lawyers whose mindset is client arrangement, not advocacy, not helping you. Yes, as an advocate, as a lawyer, my obligation is to help you access justice. But if the time the lawyer is going to spend in court does not translate how much he's earning, would rather say probably wait when I do pro bono. Now, when it comes to COF2, the legal aid, it's for free. So, because of lack of basic knowledge um, about some of these things, that it's not a must that you should have a lawyer to represent you before the industrial court. Many of them, they say, where will I get a lawyer? I don't have money to get a lawyer. Maybe lastly on that is the other challenge is post trial. Access to justice is not only filing, but even realizing the fruits of the award or judgment. Some awards, I would call them, they are billboard awards. Billboard in that they are enticing to a lawyer as a practitioner. They set precedents, but the worker will not benefit from that award. How? Some of them are hard to implement, or rather to execute. They executed in the ordinary way, the way they execute these other judgments. But some are against SMEs, whereby an award is an award of 200M. This SME's turnover for the last 5 years has never exceeded 24M. Now it becomes hard in the realistic sense to execute such. That award alone will lead to the SME to collapse. I'll give an example. It's a case of, it involved the former defunct, it was a telecommunication company. The employee was from Ghana, was awarded $45,000. During that same period, this telecommunication company was undergoing liquidation. Now, the lawyers for the telecommunication company approached the employee, offering $10,000. Now, this is where the mindset of also us, the lawyers, play a role in hindering employees or workers to access justice. So the lawyers for the other telecommunication company offered $10,000. The lawyer for the employee said, no, I'll pursue my 45. The telecommunication company closed, the employee got nothing. Closed in law. So mindset of us practitioners will also contribute to the challenges that are presented towards these workers accessing justice, or to navigate through those dispute mechanisms established under the law.
Thank you, Brian. And again, from the worker's perspective, what can be done better to have that access, especially from the employee's perspective?
One is to, the court system by its nature, it's a delegate or a delegatee. The power they exercise under, I think, Article 126 is power from these workers or people. So they just exercise that power on behalf of the citizens. Now, in that regard, there's a reason why they made industrial court a specialized court and have labor officers also to be another platform. So, in light of the challenges, which may range from the nature of the court, unlike industrial court, the appellate, another tier of dispute resolution, which is court of appeal, it's slightly different from industrial court. In my view, court of appeal is a court of law. It will interpret the law how it is. Industrial court, with the other panelists who are from different sectors, will look at the law and the rights, the inherent rights of the employee. Court of appeal, one ordinary court, they will look at the law the way it is. If you messed up in the industrial court, then they will treat the law the way it is. So in that regard, there is need, one, to either to have a specialized appellate stroke court of appeal, where probably you'd have people who will not strictly apply the law where things were messed up somewhere else. Two, there is need to amend some of our labor laws, the legal regime. For example, we need to align the Workmen's Compensation Act and the Employment Act. Under the Workmen's Compensation, it says that the jurisdiction to claim is under the magistrate court. Now, most cases, okay, some of them, we've seen employees, they want to claim for compensation, they have to go to magistrate court, but that employee was terminated as a result of failure to perform or report. And the multiplier effect is that they were unable to perform because of an injury. Now, is terminated, one, he has to pursue his claim for workman compensation under the magistrate court, then later for unfair or unlawful termination under either, most cases, under the industrial court. So, industrial court will not delve into things of insurance and all that. Go and sort yourselves. So there's need to align that among others. Then lastly is to do with sensitizing through the Federation of Employers. An employee or a worker will suffer more if the employer, one, is not sensitized, even when he's not sensitized, rather even when he's sensitized, is not interested. You see, employment is a continuous relationship. Today I'll leave Patson and I'll go to Sekatawa. I'm still in the relationship, but with another person. Even Sekatawa, an employer, even if he leaves the directorate where he is, he will start another entity who will be the employer. So the mindset of the employer has a bearing, a very big bearing on how these workers will access justice, especially in collective termination, where you're supposed to engage unions, you ignore them. Before you know it, we're in court, which shouldn't be the first option.
Thank you, Brian. And as we wrap up, back to justice, you've heard from the workers. How accessible is this industrial court to the different players? And are there initiatives that are being put in place to make it more accessible to ensure that labor justice is for all?
Thank you, Patson. I think the industrial court, barring its geographical limitations, is the most accessible court. Why do I say so? First, statutorily, you have references and appeals from labor officers. So that's the first door through which you get to the industrial court. But when you get to the industrial court, there are no fees. There is no constraint placed on the litigant to access the court. But the significant point about accessibility, in my very humble view, lies in the numbers, in the structure of the court. The geographical constraint means that the court is not present in every other circuit where the High Court is. That is a constraint. Again, it can only be addressed by our good representatives at Parliament. But it is a constraint. When you speak about these numbers, my brother Justice Nzioki boasts 21 judges with a population of 50 million people. Other jurisdictions, South Africa has 13 judges at our industrial court level with 6 appellate judges for a population of about 60 million people. I think the fascinating one is the Seychelles, which has a court with 9 members for a population of 119,000 people. our statistics from Commissioner Alex were that you have 20 million people in employment. And that includes the unpaid worker at about 10 million people. So how are these numbers significant? If tomorrow we had an issue and half the working population sought court services, what would myself and her lordship be faced with? 5 million disputes? And how would we be expected to go about that? So while we speak, while we ask the question, how accessible is the court? I think we should flip the question and say, how available is the court from a structural perspective? And just one more statistic. Nigeria has 36 labor court judges for a population of 200 million. At 36, it still is not the number statistically that the industrial court is prepared for. So my point is, while we ask how accessible, we must also address the question of, have we, from a policy position, made the court accessible? That would be my view.
Thank you very much, and I think we wrap up to the end. A big applause for our panelists, and I will take it back to the MC of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patson. Let's appreciate the panelists. Thank you so much. And that first panel brings us to speed, at least to what we started with yesterday. It's coming to 11 a.m. Ugandan time. Those following online from the different walks of life, you're so much gratified that you're doing this. Just to make sure that your sugar levels are balanced, our tea is ready in the lounge there. So we have like 10 minutes. Kindly walk into the lobby, grab a cup of coffee and a bite, and walk back to your table. We shall have a working tea conversation. You can take that break of 10 minutes, just get into there, get a cup of coffee, and then you return. Thank you. I've started to count. This is the Commissioner for Employment Services from the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Mr. Lawrence Egulu to give us the youth unemployment and the barriers to skills development in Uganda. You're welcome, Lawrence.
Asante sana Bwana Kamagero. You know, I didn't know he was that size. I always thought he was like that. You know, TV kind of makes people look different, but thank you very much for moderating this session. As they say, all protocol observed, but I would like to honor one person, only one person, because everybody else has been honored. And that is my Honorable Minister of State for Labor, Employment, and Industrial Relations. Why am I doing that? Because the 19th day of April was her birthday. And none of you celebrated her. So let me take this opportunity to celebrate my Minister of State for Labor, Employment, and Industrial Relations. You want to sing for her? Okay, you'll sing at lunch. Now, the Honorable Minister just came in and she unlocked a very, something which had not happened in the last 6 years, and that's the Sultanate of Oman. As you know, we deploy workers to the Sultanate of Oman, and Oman has been a very difficult case. But in the 2 weeks she's been on the chair, she has already traveled to Oman and she has met the Minister of Labor of Oman, and we are kickstarting the negotiations for a bilateral labor agreement with the Sultanate of Oman. So congratulations, my dear Minister. So we're going to shift gear from access to justice to talking about, a bit of economics and a bit of policy, and this is on young people. As you know, before you get access to justice, you must have access to a job, okay? And that is where the problem is as far as this country is concerned. We just dim the lights a little. I know you want to be transparent, but this is just for the sake of the slides, they're a bit. Yes, thank you very much. So allow me start with this thing refusing to work. Yes. The previous one, that one. So I took that caricature from Spire. You all know Spire, St. Ongo. And that's a very very cartoon on the unemployment situation in the country, particularly for young people. So there you are celebrating and dancing, cheza. Na ye. Just a little later, you don't have a job. So you don't have a gown, you don't have clothes, you don't have anything. And before you know it, you're looking for jobs abroad. You're looking for a maid job. But even the maid job, you don't look like you're qualifying. You don't have the nyash, for instance. I mean, that's of course just for the fun of it. But actually, I didn't know what nyash is until yesterday. I didn't know Ugandans have their own food. I have no idea what it is. So they're basically saying you don't have a job in Uganda, qualified as you might be, so try elsewhere. And even the maid job abroad is very difficult to get. And indeed, there are graduates in the Middle East who have sought maid jobs simply because the jobs at home have not come. So population-wise, I just thought we could start there. Our population is about 45 million, and young people between 18 and 30. That's the classification of young people, youth. It's about 10 million. So it's quite a big number, just to give the context. And that's our population pyramid. If you remember your senior 5 economics, in terms of it's a pyramid. It's not like a pipe. It's a pyramid. And most are young people, young women. The population is mainly 51% is women, and we are mostly villagers. Even some of us who stay in Kampala, we stay in Chira municipality. That's not really Kampala. So we are still rural based. So 71% of us live in the rural countryside. That's a bit on the labor market. You'll see some slides later on where you're seeing that, between 500 to 700,000 young people are entering the labor market every year, and we cannot create jobs for them, at all, because the numbers are big. And the labor market entrants are, either you drop out before you get to primary 7, senior 4, senior 6, tertiary institution, all those are graduates. You don't only have to go to Makerere to be called a graduate. You can enter the labor market at any stage. Okay, stagnating wages, vulnerable employment. So these are some of the classic cases of the labor market that we have. I'll jump this, but this is very important. The last point there. We did a study, the employment diagnostics analysis, in which we analyzed employment-related interventions by government, and we indicted ourselves. We found that those interventions are those words: piecemeal, ad hoc, underfunded, and poorly implemented. And that's government talking. And we are saying we have not done well. So all those interventions we've tried, but because they're not holistic, they do not encompass many stakeholders, many sectors, and therefore you get that problem. Sorry about the colors, they're a bit red, but this essentially is talking about where are people employed. This pointer is not doing very well. But you'll see that, of course, agriculture, forestry, industry is still the main employer, followed by trade. So, all, when Chikubo closes, then you know that there's a problem, definitely. So that's why we make sure that it has to get open, because that's the next employer in line. And of course, then you come to 9.3, which is manufacturing, still small. I wish manufacturing was at 50%, it would make a significant dent on unemployment in this country. So this is just about work. There's a difference between work and employment. Employment is about you work for gain or pay, There's a profit or you're paid for it. Work is work. If you're looking after your father's cows, you're not necessarily paid for it. That's work. But employment is where there's a contract and you're paid for it. So there's gain, there's profit as a result of it. And that's very telling for young people. Young people don't want to be volunteers. They don't want to do apprentices. As you can see the levels there, 0.6, 0.7 volunteers. So people still want, I come to the ministry, I don't want to be a volunteer. You're going to pay me, see? So the sense of voluntarism is very much still not inculcated in our minds. So we need to ensure that that is something that comes to our young people. Where do people work? As you can see the lower part, private sector. Hello to the private sector operators here. You are the ones doing all the employment in this country, literally. 82% is still in the private sector. Government, we are only 17.6%. And in other places, enterprise, as you can see, they say Uganda is a very enterprising country. That's why we are 34% in terms of workplaces. So that is also very telling. So you want to create jobs, go to the private sector. You want to create more jobs, target enterprises. That's where the jobs are, not in government. We are very few who are unlucky to be in government. Unlucky to be in government. Now, this is telling, there'll be another slide there, in terms of how much people are paid. Just see that figure, it's very low. The average pay is 200,000 per month. Of that, the women, 140,000. The males, 250,000. So why are men being paid more? It's simply because the areas where they work are different. So you end up with a situation where the women are being paid 140, the men are 250, and the average is 200,000. Just ask any of these people who are serving you here how much they're being paid here. You will be shocked at the kind of salaries. As you can see, the average is 200,000 for the country. That's pretty low. A maid job in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is 900,000. So you're better off being a maid in Saudi Arabia than working for some of the people here. So when you see that push factor, the attraction is wages abroad are higher, So that's very telling. I will drop this, but look at the disability in terms of people who are working. Disability, those without disabilities, supposedly 95.6. I mean, that is many things. Let me jump that. Informality, this should have come later, but I don't know how it got here. So informality, including agriculture, the informal economy, which in this case we've added agriculture as well. Alex Asimu, I'm sorry to have not recognized you earlier, but tell me what's happening in Ankole. I thought all of you were in informal economy. Why are you at 95.4% Ankole in terms of informality? Is it because of the statistical definition of, for instance, cattle herding? The same with Karamoja, 94.3, and the region I come from, 90.1. So informality is pretty high. Bukedi, 91.5, that is very high as well. Kabale, 94.7. So we are really running an informal economy. The country is informal in terms of employment situations. That is a challenge, of course. This is very important. Use of IT equipment, that has increased significantly. If you talk about everybody who is using some kind of equipment, whether it's a radio, whether it's a cell phone, and so on, it's pretty high now. The men and women, there is no digital divide, more or less. 82, 83, that's pretty high. However, the problem is here. What do you use it for? Oliwa, MPA program, networking, social networking, and very little. You look at academic work, 32%, and then jobs only 10%. So we are not utilizing these things effectively. We are using it for really not very productive work. If it was for telemarketing and so on, then it would make a difference. Now, this is very important as far as skills mismatches are concerned. Why? Because see where people get jobs. I know the Minister of State for Labor, I will go to her, and she will give me a job. Okay? So we look for jobs from friends, relatives, and in-laws. So that's the 60%. In terms of others, recruiters and so on, very small. So if I'm getting a job from my friend, relative, and in-law, what is that supposed to mean? You will see the statistics later. It's a bit of a problem. I'll bring it back up later. Functional accounts. So this is also telling. If you're talking about financial inclusion, financial deepening, financial widening, depending on the kind of language you want to use, if only 11% have functional accounts. So whether it's accounts in a microfinance institutional or a circle, only 11%. The rest, where do they keep their money? Under the pillows? No. It's not there because it's not even under the pillows. So people don't have accounts. So the projects around this house should tell us how to deepen financial inclusion. So grow, maybe you have some ideas on how to do that. FUE, you know how to help us ensure that people have financial accounts. This is about youth. I will skip that again. I should have said that before. That's the youth unemployment rate, 16.5. The country as a whole is lower than that. It's about 12%. But you should know this classical definition of unemployment. Unemployment simply means, as to how the statistics are collected, you are available to work, you are looking for a job within a reference period, and you've not got it. So remember, there are those who are discouraged and are no longer looking. So those are not in that definition. But those who are available, actively looking, and have not found it, and they are ready to work, it's that 16.5. Bukedi, Habachidi, what's happening? Mr. Were, why is unemployment at that rate in Bukedi? What seems to be the problem? Because you are the highest in Uganda, and maybe in Kenya as well, because you are closer to Kenya. What's the problem? What do you think is the problem? Why is Bukedi that high? And Bukedi is, of course, Tororo, and so on. What is the problem? Do you have an answer for that? So it's followed by Bunyoro. I thought Bunyoro had oil now, so you don't have any unemployment problem. So what's the problem? It's simply because the employment intensity of the industrialization probably taking place is not helping with creating jobs. So, but for East, for Bukedi, you'll see other reasons why it is not the case. So trends in youth unemployment, of course, it's high. Now, this is very important in terms of transitioning. How are you able to move? I'm moving a bit quickly for the sake of time. Transitioning from school to the labor market. That's what we are talking about here. And if you see where people have not transited, and again, here we are. So this is where by sub-regions, those who have transited from school to work. Bukedi, 10.7 again. That's very low. So you South Buganda, 26.8, have managed to leave school and get into the labor market. So the lower it is, who have transited, youth who have transited, the better it is, of course, statistically speaking. Now, skills mismatch. The worrying trend is the undereducated. Do you see that the undereducated? Now, this brings me back to the other story of how do you get a job? If it is through friends, relatives, and in-laws, it means friends, relatives, and in-laws are putting people in the wrong jobs. Do you see the connection there? So, a majority of people are undereducated, but they're in the jobs. So how did they get there? It's because of their friends, relatives, and in-laws. So we are the ones creating skills mismatch in the economy, simply because we are putting the wrong people in the jobs. The statistics are clear. That's what it's telling us. Those who are overeducated, I thought it was about overeducation. It's better you are overqualified for a job than being underqualified. Now, the overeducated are fewer. It's the underqualified who are in those positions. So guys, politicians, please don't bring those relatives of yours to come and take our jobs, because they are causing a skills mismatch in the economy. That's basically what it's saying. Those are statistics. I'm not the one saying them. Now, I'll just I'll quickly go through this. So this is about formality, those in formal employment. Again, you can see the Karamoja 8.9, that is pretty low. West Nile 14%, that's a little high. Lango is the highest, 20.7. So formality in the Lango region is the highest in Uganda. How come? I'm asking how come that it's highest? Every other region is lower than Lango. So congratulations to the Lango sub-region for being formal, more formal than the rest of the country. And of course, this is the flip side of it. Now, if you talk about informal economy, so those that do not keep books of accounts, those that are not registered with your URSP, I brought this up because of the Grow project and any other interventions that we are doing in as far as trying to reach young people especially. So if they don't have books of accounts, they're not registered with you, they're not registered at all, then they are definitely informal. So how do you help them to have accounts, to have books of accounts, to have their enterprises registered? So you can see that the majority are suffering from both cases, where they are not registered and they don't have books of accounts. This is not very different from what I already said. This is about the salaries, the median salaries that we earn in this country, which are really very, very low. Now, this is the scariest slide for me here. That this is not showing. Young people, that's between the age of 18 and 30, who are not in employment, not in education, and not in training. Remember, we said young people between 18 to 30 are about 10 million. Now, 41% of them are there. As the Baganda say, they are not in employment, they are not in education, and they are not in training. 41% of that. So that's about 4 million human beings. 4.1 million Ugandans who are neither in employment, nor in education, nor in training. Where are they? Where are they? They are there. They are waiting for elections to come, and they will throw stones at me because I'm going to stand against Mr. Kamagin. They're going to snatch your bag and they will disappear. They will wait for you on the roadside, and they are there smoking bangi somewhere. They're statistically non-existent, but they are there. So about 4.1 million, they are there somewhere, somehow. So that's a serious challenge. This is a challenge more than even unemployment, see? Because you have an idle population somewhere, and very dynamic and very, very ready to do anything for money. And Bukedi, you are leading on the wrong side again. The figures are again high. So there's something happening in eastern Uganda which is not good. Unemployment, you are there. The need, you are there. Poverty, you are there. So what is happening to eastern Uganda? You can see the figures. Bukedi, Elgon, Busoga are leading from the wrong department. See? So this is a political story that we need to tackle. What is happening in eastern Uganda? Of course, other parts as well. But as you can see, Bukedi, Busoga, a bit of Teso, and Elgon. So we need to do something about that. This is about transition. I think I talked about this already. So really more needs to be done. And the biggest is, and we keep talking about this thing, and this is about the tension in the economic policy making in this country, okay? When we say that the macroeconomic environment must be conducive to job creation, it doesn't just happen. There have to be many actors together. So if URA is taxing small enterprises and they are closing, where are jobs going to come from? Okay? If the Bank of Uganda is going to set interest rates at a rate which is too high and cannot be afforded by the business sector, where are jobs going to come from? So these are the tensions, the economic tensions in government that we need to start interrogating. Where is money going to if it is not financing employment? So this is where everybody needs to sit down and together and agree. What are those people? Who are those people who should sit? What are the issues that should be addressed to ensure that inflation, if inflation is at 10%, how about jobs? How many jobs will be created if inflation, for instance, is at 8.5%? Because with us, we are about single-digit inflation. So does single-digit inflation lead to job creation? Does it lead to poverty? Or you must be able to create a situation where there is inflation, a little inflation, but with jobs. So these are the kind of dynamics. These are the kind of dialogue that we must be able to arrive at. Because the macroeconomic framework should be able to lead to poverty reduction and employment creation. And that is not happening. That is not happening. So where is Ministry of Finance in this way? Is Bank of Uganda in this way? Is URA in this way? Is in Uganda Investment Authority in this? Because as Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we don't create jobs, we create the policies. But somebody else somewhere calls the shots as well. And that is Bank of Uganda's Ministry of Finance, Uganda Investment Authority, and so many others. And Parliament as well. Because you appropriate funding to the ministries and to projects and programs. So a number of these things, we have to start looking into. And that's why we are developing what's called the National Employment Strategy, which tries to address holistically some of these aspects. It was supposed to be launched on Labor Day, but we are still continuing with the consultations because there are so many mismatches, there are so many tensions, there are so many. We're pulling in different directions. So jobs are not being created at the end of the day simply because of that. Jobs are created, but jobs are also lost. You create a job today, the enterprise closes tomorrow. So how do you count the jobs? It will become a net zero. Okay? Get that? Yeah? You create one today, Ugandans are very enterprising, but within 1 year, that enterprise will close. Do you know that? Very few make it to the 5th birthday. See? So all those jobs will have been created and then they all die. Okay? Unfortunately. So the employment strategy is essentially meant to, create decent and inclusive, sustainable economy that provides, jobs for all and so on and so forth. There are many parameters that we look at. Those are the key pillars that we try to do, strengthening research, job-rich growth, technology, decent wages, social protection, and employment abroad. So a number of things holistically to ensure that jobs are created. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Are you worried? After reading all that data, are you worried? Are you worried or you are very worried? 4.1 million youth there. Hey. That is quite worrying. Someone requested for this data. The team will actually share this via mail. we have this presentation. Let's give Mr. Lawrence Egulu another round of applause. This has been quite very informative for me, especially with those of us in the media. We need to know these figures just to give our conversations context, that we don't politicize or sensationalize the conversation, but we speak with facts and figures. We're going to have a conversation that is going to dig deep into these barriers to skills and development. Mr. Wera, you're put on the spot, not by accident, but you represent that region. And the Bukedi region, it has quite a lot. That's where our speaker comes from. There are quite a lot of eminent people like you from there. We're wondering what's the problem. To bring this to context, we have Mr. Enoch Mutambi from the Green Skills Specialist, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Let's welcome him to come up here. We have Dr. Paul Chalimpa, the Deputy Director General of the Uganda Investments Authority. Let's welcome him as well. Such a great panel. We have Mr. Ali Sekatawa, the Director for Legal and Corporate Affairs, Petroleum Authority of Uganda. This is the future. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be moderated by my friend, Mr. Masco Godwin, the Head of Litigation and Professional Development from the Ministry, to come and give us more of this context. The conversation online, the hashtag is enabling change. You're welcome.
Thank you. I guess that's a cue for the Commissioner to invite me to the Ministry. For now, I'm still at the Uganda Law Society. Thank you. So our panelists have been introduced. They're eminent leaders in the sector, and especially to help us digest this wonderful presentation about what needs to be done. And I'll go straight to the questions. And the context of this is that our panelists are either involved in large-scale employment or skilling endeavors. And so we'd like to know from them, starting from Mr. Mutambi, what role does the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and especially with green skilling initiatives, what is it doing to contribute to bridging the skills gap that we have seen?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. The ministry has skilling programs because we understand that when people get out of school and go to the workplace, skilling needs to continue. It's a lifelong learning that makes a difference. Now, in terms of the emerging sectors that we are talking about, the ministry is contributing to the skilling programs in various ways. And one of the most important ones that we are doing an apprenticeship program. And here, this is learn by doing. As you realize, there are even many people that drop out of school and cannot continue to higher education. What do you do with these people? If you take a simple example of last year's examinations for P7, out of 1.9 million that started P1 7 years before, by the time they reached P7, only 700,000 did exams. Where are the 1.2? The ministry has a program to pick the 1.2 million people who have dropped out of school and bring them to life through learning programs. And the informal apprenticeship program is one of the ways of helping them to learn and have a life thereafter. If you realize, you know that many of the people who repair our cars in garages, which universities have they gone to? Which technical institutes have they gone to? Many of these are school dropouts. But along the way, they go into the world of work, they pick skills. Unfortunately, these skills they pick are not regulated at all. Our role is to work with the Ministry of Education, and we are doing this with DIT, the Directorate of Industrial Training, to make sure that we mobilize these young people who have skills but these skills are not regulated. We shape them, regulate them, give them the recognition of prior learning, enable them to get certificate, and enable them to get jobs even in the formal sector. These are some of the things we are doing. But we also encourage farms, industries, to have lifelong learning within their institutions. Mukwano Industries and many others, can they develop a learning program for their employees to make sure that they continue along the way to keep acquiring new skills. As technology changes, can they acquire the new technologies along the way so that this goes on to make sure that workers get the skills they require.
Thank you, Mr. Ntambi. Moving on to Dr. Chalimpa, we understand the role of the Investment Authority in attracting foreign direct investment, but also enhancing the space of our local investors and looking at the priority sectors that you have as an institution. Now, from the statistics that we've got that are worrying, I'm curious to know, as Investment Authority, how have you been able to mitigate that? What interventions are you doing to see that we are able to meet the demands of these investors, that we are attracting the skills that are needed for the market, and making sure that in the different regions that we have, people are getting up to speed with the skilling levels needed?
Thank you. As Investment Authority, we do the coordination of all investment promotion, facilitation, and aftercare services for both foreign investors and domestic investors. Our core output in all this is to improve, to contribute towards improved employment opportunities for Ugandans. And you realize that the investors we attract and those we promote locally are involved in various sectors. For example, we have over 11 operational industrial parks in Uganda. And these employ both skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled people. And how we are, what in the space of improving employment, what we have done is that we have worked with local governments to provide us more space in rural areas, because we realize that most of the industries want to set up in Kampala, and the land the space is very important for industries. So when you go to Soroti, when you go to Lira, when we go to West Nile, Arua, and other parts of the country, we have got land, and currently we are working on feasibility studies, and we are formally, we have got already investors who are interested and who are already booking to make sure that they establish in those regional industrial parks. That's one way of adding, especially adding value for agricultural products. For example, in Lira, the Lira Industrial Park will be agro-processing based. Now, that will help to add value to cereals and other grains. In Soroti, for example, currently we have one of our local investors, Mr. Wekesa. He set there a grain milling factory, and is exporting already. We helped him to access market in Europe. So is adding value to agriculture, because agriculture is one of the big employers for our people. So now our focus is mainly agro-processing or value addition. We are also supporting tourism, because we know with skilling of local people who have had the basic minimum education, P7, Senior 4, who can speak the English, they can be good tourist guides. They can navigate the whole process. If you go and talk to people who are driving, doing the tourist guides, etc., you find their level of employment is stopped in P4, P7, highest Senior 4. but these have been skilled. Now, where is the missing gap? What would I love to get from Ministry of Gender is to do the skills research and profiling for the various sectors to guide skilling and training. You should be able to tell me which category of employees are required in the tourism sector under guides, under hospitality. If it is manufacturing, we want to work with you in our industrial parks. Let's talk to the industrialists who are there. Which category of employees they need at different levels. This would guide skills training, both formal education and also skills-based, worker-based, industrial-based. And this will help to up absorption level for the trained skilled labor force. Two, it will also guide those who are involved in the training or skills interventions to be focused. And these surveys should continue so that if there are new areas, new opportunities, they are brought on board and different service providers, training skills service providers are supported and are informed of those skills gaps. Then lastly, we want to work with you also to have a database of those who are employed in various sectors, especially skills-based, to know at which level are they, how are they progressed to another level, and those that are needed outside Uganda. We need to say, for example, if it is like you have mentioned rightly here, like if you need to go and be to work at the airport as to offer customer care in international airports or other countries, we need to know how many people are required and what skill sets they require, so that we can train appropriately for the demand, instead of just training openly without knowing the skills requirements and the demand in terms of the numbers. I thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Moving on to Mr. Sekatawa, you've been very instrumental on a personal level in representing the country in oil and gas and taxation, and that expertise is not necessarily scaled across, but also you have been someone who's a champion of the opportunities that are in the extractives and energy sector, and obviously as a regulator, you're able to see what it is that is lacking, and in that sector specifically, we find a lot of domination, it's very capital intensive, we have a lot of foreigners involved. We are curious to understand, in terms of these gaps, the 4.1 million people that are nowhere, the skills gaps in the shifting targets of the oil and gas sector and extractives, how are we able to meet that demand? What is being done at PAU or the stakeholders that you regulate to make sure that we are positioning our youth to get opportunities in the sector?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. One, because as part of the strategic plan right from 2013, the employment question was one of the key drivers for the policy 208, the laws in 2013, and the regulations. And I will join my colleague from UIA on asking for industrial-specific skill gap analysis. I think that's one of the areas we identified and actually did. So we did a manpower needs analysis for oil and gas. I think many of you have heard when it's first oil, it has delayed. One of the issues was this, which was identified by government, because we realized that we would start, and in many other countries, you find Filipinos, Chinese, and so on doing basic things. Why? Because our training had not been aligned to that. So they identified people that were needed. I think maybe I should invite you guys. Government started UPIC specifically to do the training for oil and gas, and then encouraged private players. We went and then talked to these companies. and they said for people to work, they need this certification. At that time, there was no one who had, it's called American Welders American Welders Association certificates, or OPITO. It's like SCCA. It's like coming and you say you all did BCom, but no one has SCCA in your country. And we deliberately went and brought those associations here, paid the costs and so on, and then we had certified institutions. Now, as a result, as we stand now, we have, I think as of last month, we had close to 15,000 people working in the sector directly, both at first level, at IOCs, Tier 1 and Tier 2. And out of them, maybe around 95 to 96% are Ugandans. And those Ugandans, if you go there, you will see them. And then for the indirect, I think around 42,000 are considered to be in the indirect. But as you realize, that's a drop in the ocean for the unemployment rate in the country. We have noted that the oil and gas is not a mass employer, because there is a difference between production for masses and mass production. So mass production falls in the category of agriculture, tourism, where you involve. This is an area that is skilled, but it will produce for masses. And therefore, right now, we are doing what is called intersectoral leakages to see how maybe revenue from oil and gas can be used to support tourism or agriculture and these other areas which we consider mass employees. And we had a workshop, a conference like 3 weeks ago, specifically on that. We've done over 4 studies for mass area agriculture, tourism, health, and housing to address that. Secondly, from our experience, I think there must be a lot of regulatory control to make sure, first of all, you create, but also protect the job market. And one of the measures we have, for example, we required that we required a 3-tier pyramid, that for unskilled, any company should get employees from the area, semi-skilled from the region, and then skilled, advertised nationally. And then for you to get a work permit, you must indicate that you've run an advert and there's no Ugandan who is qualified. Then we realized that the companies have started requiring a lot of qualifications, because more or less designed to leave out people. Now we require that before you advertise, come and we see. If you require a hotel manager, you don't need to ask for 30 years of experience. We say lower that. And then after, we have put a national oil and gas register where we require all Ugandans. I think as of now, we have over 7,000 to 10,000 Ugandans. And we encourage all the youth to put their names and qualifications there. So now when you come and you want a recommendation for a work permit, we go through we don't interfere in your employment process, but we confirm you advertise. Then 2, we confirm the qualifications required are consistent with the job. Then we confirm the report that there is no one who is qualified. Then now, as a last step, we go to the oil and gas talent register. We see, is there anyone who is qualified and is a Ugandan? Then we tell you, we've sent 30 people. Why don't you first consult that? Now, as a result, you see, that's why you get this 95% statistic. However, the challenge is right now is the challenge of technology. We also note now that, well, you will deny someone a work permit here, but as you look at the report, sometimes you find that he has been working from another country and sending in reports. He doesn't have the work permit. From a mineral sector, the sector now, a new regime has been put. Also the power sector, immigration, to make sure that people people do not abuse the system. I think the traders' strike, for example, is a symptom of our systems in government not reading each other. Why? Because they are saying someone is getting an investment license to do manufacturing, but that person, you find him doing retail business. The question is, how does that person get a work permit? And lastly, in terms of, I think the second step is the quality of the jobs. Because whereas we protect the jobs, I think then we need to go to the second level of saying, how do we improve the quality of the people who are working and planning. For example, for our sector, we have a curve. We are in the development stage right now, but after first oil, production starts. Many of these skilled youth, as a Minister of Labor, we should be planning now to upskill their whatever and export them so that they can go, not as maids and so on, but as skilled people because they have worked on a project. Lastly, we've also now protected certain, I think 16 gazetted areas for business. Besides employment, we look at skills transfer. We also look at opportunities for in terms of companies, small scale, as you say. So we've gazetted 16 industries: transportation, logistics, catering, health, security, and so on. And we have said for these ones, please, if you are a foreign company, please don't bother yourself with it because we feel that the people can do it. I think having that structured approach eventually can give value. Thank you.
Yes, before I take leave of you, Mr. Sekatawa, you've mentioned some of the challenges that we look to hear from you about technology and collaboration. But for the benefit of the policymakers and the companies here, are there those specific barriers that you think are key to the multi-stakeholder engagement, to the uptake, as well as community participation and local content transfer? What have you found are the key barriers to the interventions you're making vis-a-vis the market we're trying to target and the linkages in between?
I would say mindset. I think there is a general belief in many people. I mean, there are many people that up to now, they don't believe, the oil is there, despite everything we have done to show that the oil is there. You still meet them telling you, that thing is gone, they take it at night, there is nothing, you guys are in stories. And yet, we have deliberately come out for the last so many years to say we are having an investment of 20 billion in this country. The highest investment that has been done in this country since independence was Karuma, close to 1 billion. So we are having a lifetime opportunity of $20 billion in this country. Please, the Muslims say, you muazzin, you all hear a Muslim in the morning doing kwazina at 6 a.m. The reason is come we pray. Others remain sleeping. There are few who wake up. We've been doing muazzin for the last so many years, but you still find a person who tells you, no, there's nothing. And yet, for us, because we have a project timeline, if that advert is done either for employment or for a company and there is no one, the one who is there, if he's a Russian, he will do the work. That's the first one. The second challenge is actually what I was whispering to Honorable here, is this statistic we are having of Buganda, Ankole, Acholi, that division. Personally, I'm a nationalist. I don't know how we can drive the debate away from that micro-analysis. I have seen it in the region where, we have 54 tribes. So when you go like in Bunyoro, if you want to go and divide and so on, we have discussions. We've had a discussion where a person, a kid is born in that area, but the mother is mother came with her to that area. She's Alu. But you know that community, it has Bagungu, it has Vanyoro. So the mother is Alu, she came with her, the kid has grown there. Now at the level, and we require LCs and community leaders to sit when they are verifying. And this person is being told that, you know, you are not for us here because you came from West Nile. But this person has been here for the last 20 years. So for me, one of the challenges is this discussion, because this discussion of tribe, region gets sensitive. There's a certain point at which we need, you can't go below. I think we need really to go, yes, to go on meritocracy and say, do you qualify or do you not? Are you skilled or are you not skilled? Are you a Ugandan? You have a national ID? End of story. This division, because when you put this map here, everyone starts, the first thing in your mind is, where do I come from? Are we there? So for me, this is a big aspect. The third is the mindset of some of our investors who come. They come, some of them, we always call them, you know, you've met them on planes and so on, coming to save Africa and all that. Most of them come with a mindset of maybe we are not skilled, we don't know, and so on. And therefore, by the time you tell them there are enough Ugandans to do this work, it's a major mindset change. But otherwise, I think if we do a structure and we are consistent, make sure each industry has a strict regulator that is looking at employment and the business opportunity. I think as a country, we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Chalimpa, you mentioned earlier about the work you're doing with tourism, the tourism sector. We are curious to now see, obviously this is not a challenge that is just for the Ministry of Labor or the few people that are in this place. And as Mr. Secretary has said, we have those like agriculture, manufacturing, which really should be playing a role. What would be your nuggets to the other stakeholders and what it is they should be doing to pull their weight to this problem that we are dealing with?
I've had an opportunity to visit other countries and find out how they handle unemployment. Have they actually had the same challenges like we have, but what have they done better? One is that all interventions should be deliberate. Me, when somebody talks about the regions where the unemployment varies, the context should be put to context. That's the most important. Because you should tell me, for example, if we are talking about Central region, I will start with that. You should know that most of all tribes and regions in Uganda are in the Central. And me, when they were counting in terms of population, whatever is counting, they are going to count me from Kampala. But when I'm from Bunyoro, and when you are counting unemployment, you may find that actually you are wrong counting in terms of locating me by location. So now, what do other countries do better than us? One, they look at the competitiveness and focus on the competitiveness of the country. Two way. One, in terms of resources, they put all their efforts in terms of adding value. Two, by training the skills of their local resources to be involved fully, deliberately, and the government injects in the money. Does not ask private other people to come in and do that. Instead of giving money, for example, for Bonabagagaole, Emyoga, etc., if you channel this money towards skills for the local people to be productive in adding value to their local resources. That is better than giving the 1 million per household or per what. This is what they do. They get the money and put it toward skills. If in an area you have been zoned, like a sub-region or region, I call it an area, zoning, and you are good at cattle keeping, they will have interventions, factories. They train the cattle keepers to be productive, to look after the cows properly, to milk properly. There will be management of the milk, coolers, processing, and the government will export the milk. But also, there are local programs which will be in place to promote the product. For example, in our education system, we shall have the milk consumption program to support those who are in the milk sector. And the government indirectly is providing the market itself, then to look at external market. Now, two, governments even that do not have the raw materials, they import the raw materials and subsidize the locals to make sure that they are involved in the production and manufacturing for export or for local consumption. Here we only tax that instead of promoting it to come here and we manufacture. When I bring in the raw materials and I produce within Uganda, although the materials are not from Uganda, I'm creating employment. The tax says the cost of power, etc., is here. So now, when we are talking about access to markets, because I told the people that business is about market and products or services. Now, most of the people are interested in coming to our market, using our market in terms of selling to us. But the question is, what are we selling to others? Those institutions have put standards which we need to comply with. Every day we interface with manufacturers, the small scale manufacturers who want to add value to their products. When they pay to UNBS, we can call it URA, the money for certification process, I'm sorry to say, you'll find that UNBS will say does not have the money, the facilitation to come and inspect and support the certification process. Why? Is that the budget given to it is limited. They must again ask for additional money from government, which has gone through URA when you have paid actually to come to do the certification of your products. That's self-defeating. So we need to adapt and comply to standards. Government must make sure the money is available to support processes for standards compliance, so that we are able to match our goods and services to international markets. Today with globalization, you can't be competitive when you are selling to Ugandans. Because most of the products we have, if you're a farmer, you have most of the products. All of us, what you have is what I have. But how can we put together each one what we have and we sell it in the international market? So when I went to Japan, for example, I went to the villages. There are some businesses which are left to categories of people. For example, you can't be a taxi operator or a bus operator if you are not above 60 years, because that is considered as misallocation, misuse of the labor resource. You should be in a factory, you should be operating a machine somewhere. There are jobs for certain categories of people. But here, you find that someone who is able to do another job is doing a job which for elderly and other people can do. Restaurants are not operated by people who are younger like me, 50 years. It should be 60 and above. Now, This country, we have to plan for each person. And we should provide each person that we know. If you don't have the skill, we say here you have to get the skills. And this is the area we want you to be involved in. After knowing, after understanding our competitiveness, where the opportunity lies, and you make sure we account for everybody and everybody becomes productive. Today, as an example myself, I look after more than 200 people. I employ about 150. The 50 are just dependents. How can I develop? So the man I should have put up a factory. I have to look after other people. But now what I've done, I've taken them back to technical institutions for wiring. Others have done mechanical. So I'm going to put garage, some of like that. I have the brother who follows me. Sorry to tell you about this. He's 38. He's going to do his senior 6. I took him back. He has 8 kids, but I took him back. He's going to do senior 6. After that, I want to know the skills he wants to do. Even if he's going to technical education other than going to university. I have my first son who is satisfied with sit and guild. He finished senior 4 and joined sit and guild. Now he operates, he's at the airport in Qatar. He gets 19 million per month. So this in Uganda shillings. This, instead of taking him to university, I took him to training in sit and guild certification. He's not a university graduate. I thank you.
I'm so happy by this testimony because sit and guild is one of the deliberate certification that was brought by the sector. And actually some of the graduates are like this, have been exported. And I think, thank you for that. Why don't you say thank you?
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you. As we wind up the panel, I would like to bring it back to Mr. Mtambi and to give us specifically a perspective on where we are in terms of the green jobs and digital skills. We've heard a lot about the other sectors, and we're curious about this new space of green jobs and digital opportunities that we are dealing with. In just a high-level version, where do you think we are as a country and what can be done moving forward?
I think it's the, no, not I think, but the National Development Plan 3 rates the country at 25% of the jobs in the country to be green, and the target is to move to 38% of the jobs to be green by 2025, which is next year. The green jobs is about whatever we are doing to make sure that we take care of the environment, because no one else is going to do it for us. Many times we talk and talk and talk about environmental degradation, about environmental restoration, but we forget that it's the workers, the labor force, it's we who destroy environment on a day-to-day basis. So green jobs is about how do we integrate sustainability within our work that we do every day. And the rating by NDP is at 25. We want to go to 38 and then continue to do better and better and better. However, we are indeed doing badly. When you look at the things we do every day in our offices, the industries, the factories, even our very offices, the disposal of garbage that we make, the printing that we do, the lunch that we get, and what do we use, I think we need to do better and better. And as a ministry, we have a serious campaign to the industries, to the manufacturers, to the business community, that we need to turn our enterprises green by managing the waste properly, by doing away with plastics or manage them better, reduce on the printing that we do every day. And we have one of the programs that we have a serious campaign on adoption of green practices. And we go out enterprises showing them what they can do in order to turn their enterprises green. And I think also as a government, we need to do better because we do a lot of printing, we do so many memos and tear them apart. By the time they reach the last person, a lot of paper has been destroyed. But as a ministry, we have a green jobs program and we have a green practices program that will go around and explain to the enterprises what they need to do. As a ministry, we have also gone ahead to draft an action plan on green skills because you cannot do what you don't know how to do it. Enterprises, the workers need skills of managing sustainability. We've worked with other ministries and we have a draft and we are going ahead to finalize this draft so that we know these are the green skills and this is where the green skills can be acquired. This is how to integrate into the education curriculum and this is how we can integrate into the workplace. In the same way, we have a digital program, digitization skills. And when you look at when Mr. Guru was presenting, one of the things he mentioned was about the dominance of the informal sector. The informal sector is so huge to the extent that 92% of the people in employment are in the informal sector. If you leave this sector out, then you are leaving out the bulk of the communities. So what are we doing? We have a DigiTrack program that is going on now. I think now the DigiTrack, it's a track. It's the way you see the trailer, that container. Now the container has laptops. The container is powered by solar energy. The container is a classroom. And we move across the country training the youth, training the people, the community, training the business people, training those I mentioned earlier who have not had the opportunity to go to school through the formal learning, and we train them on digital skills from first principles. This is a mouse, this is hardware, software is this, and then go ahead to train them how they can conduct business using digital technology. Because if we don't use digital technology, then our businesses are nowhere in this global arena. So we are training them, and I think now the DigiTrack is somewhere in Lira or Oyam or I think a Morata, but it is moving across the country. We started in Kirhura, went to Busoga, we've moved now, we'll be coming to Minoro, going back to West Nile. This DigiTrack is going to continue throughout the country training. We've done this in partnerships with technology companies, and we're going to continue entering into many such partnerships to reach out to many communities.
Thank you, Mr. Mutambi. We are over our time. I just wanted to give a few seconds to Mr. Sekatawa and Doctor. Just 30 seconds each to give us your parting shots as we make room for the next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think mine is to say the industry opens up opportunities. ECOP is ongoing right now. The Kingfisher and Tilenga developments are ongoing. The refinery is coming on board. But also, most importantly, we have an industrial park for oil and gas, plus an international airport, which is being completed. That airport is supposed to bring in cargo for the first 5 years for the industry. But if it brings in cargo, we've been asking Ugandans to mobilize to see what cargo can we export. It is a good opportunity, and we invite everyone to come and see how you can take advantage of the opportunities of the industry. The power sector, electricity, has also been more or less opened up because government is now fully in charge. And then the mineral sector, as you are aware, a new policy and a new law on regulation of minerals in the country. And therefore, I would invite the youth to try and see what opportunities they can take in those sectors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. From the investment perspective, government has a lot of incentives, from free, giving a free license, helping you to register for free, and access land for free for your enterprises. There are a lot of funds in the banks, from agriculture project facility, the post-COVID SME fund, etc. Now, we have created a collaboration between the government institutions for financing access of these services with an investment authority to support especially domestic investors. So come to us, come to me, and other UIA staff. Let me read my number so that you'll be able to access it, to access me. We support you to get involved in production. 0782 32 85 98. 0782 32 85 98. Then the last 3 points are that as a government, it is our responsibility to know and profile each one of us and to know our skills levels and what we are doing so that we can be supported to be productive. 2, we should make sure that those who are less skilled and skilled, their skills sets are upgraded in the right direction, and those who are unskilled are skilled. Then lastly, let's make sure that each of us is involved in production so that we can be able to add value and utilize our time, our skills to develop our country. I thank you. That's the only way we shall address the unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
In 30 seconds, what do I say? That the thin line between the countries that have developed and those that are trying to develop is nothing else but skills. Skills, nothing else. All other things are secondary. Ability to do, the technical skills, including the soft skills, the willingness. You have the skills, but how do you apply the skills? And this is what we need as a country, and the ministry is trying its level best, especially as far as workplace skills are concerned. But as of course we improve the skills, we know that technology is moving very fast, so the continuous learning is a must. And lastly, never forget about the mother nature. Let's not destroy it as we do our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mtambi. A round of applause for our panel as they take their seats. Thank you so much for your insightful contribution to this conversation.
Let's appreciate our panelists again. So I'm going to request that we all stand up. Let's stand up a bit and we get our energies back. Let's stand up a bit. Let's stand up a bit. Let's stand up. Make sure you have enough space where you are. Make sure you have enough space where you are. I'll stand up here again. So we are going to raise our hands to the farthest they can go. Raise your hands to the farthest they can go. So we're going to clap 1, 2, 3, and you say, hey, okay? 1, 2, 3, hey. 1, 2, 3. Louder. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Louder. 1, 2, 3. High five to your neighbor and then take a seat. With all this that is happening, I'm going to request that our next speakers be as brief as possible so that I can evoke SDG 2, no to hunger. and everyone must feed. They were speaking all this, especially Ali Sekatawa here, and he made a very great contribution that made me think, how do entities like UPPC make sense to this agenda? Allow me in 5 minutes, I'm counting.
5 minutes, you are counting. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. For us as Uganda Printing and Publishing Corporation, as the name says it all, we are the chief government printers. We've been here for over 120 years. And so we are in charge of printing the laws, all the laws, the labor laws, and also distributing them to ensure that they reach the masses. And there's another version that we are in talks to do. That's the translation of these. And with me to give you a little detail on this is Madam Nyakairu. Please take it on from there.
Thank you so much, MD. As introduced, my name is Rebecca Nyakairu. I'm the Public and Corporate Affairs Manager at UPPC. All protocol observed, I'll want to take advantage of the minutes given to us by taking you through our presentation. As MD has already said, UPPC is a fully government-owned entity mandated to print and publish for government. But we not only print for government, we also print and publish for private and individual entities. Last year, we launched our 5-year strategic plan, and the theme is enhancing value through improved corporate governance, customer excellence, and efficient business processes. We have really moved a journey, and I believe that with our improved services, MDAs and private individuals shall enjoy our services. Without taking much time, I want also to inform you about our vision. We want to be the market leader in printing and publishing. I don't know why the slides are not coming through, but I'll still continue. Our mission is to provide quality services in all the services that we deliver. Okay, now they're coming, but I've already gone through that. Okay. The UPPC products and services, I've partly already talked about them. We are the official publishers of the Uganda Gazette. The Uganda Gazette is the legal public instrument or newspaper where government publicizes all public notices. For institutions like those that are here, the Uganda Gazette can be very handy. Okay, thank you. It's very handy in publishing policies and gazetting of the boards of directors, legal notices, uniforms of your institutions, and the professional bodies. We really implore you to take advantage of this instrument because whatever is gazetted cannot legally be challenged. We also do commercial printing, like in the room, as you see, there is a lot of branding, the pull-up banners, the t-shirts, and the uniforms. We are very hand on that and at very competitive prices. We welcome to work with each one of you. As I've already said, we publish laws and legislations as passed by Parliament. We are the only authentic source for these instruments. We do security printing that involves certificates, headed papers, stamps, mention it. But for purposes of this day, allow me also to inform you about our new product. It's the Gov Info Hub. The Gov Info Hub is an online newspaper which publicizes and informs the general public of what MDAs and other institutions are doing. You have a mandate, you have a responsibility to account. What are you doing to that mandate? In any case, you get a budget from our public coffers. Are you delivering to your mandate? Our tool called the Gov Info Hub gives you the opportunity to communicate and account. That's the link. We don't have time, but you just Google the govinfohub.go.ug. It's a fully free access. You can get all information. And in case you have any stories you'd want to run, the contacts below are very active. For purposes of this day, we're asking ourselves, what is UPPC doing to the theme in commemoration of the International Labour Day? As I've already said, we have improved our services in producing and distributing legal provisions governing justice and responsibilities of employees and employers. Outside, there is an exhibition tent where we have a stall, and we have brought many of our publications, laws, and legislations governing employment as an industry. We have the Public Service Standing Orders, Uganda Retirement and Benefits Regulation, the Employment Regulations, to mention but a few, but also to remind you that Gazette services are really very paramount in our operations. I know the minutes that were given to us are really minimal, and I want to take advantage of that by appreciating all of you for inviting us, especially the organizers, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Uganda Law Society, and other partners. We are very excited to work with you, and we are ready to cooperate to grow and deliver to our mandates. Thank you so much.
So if you are here and you'd like to print anything, they have the mandate. Apart from printing money, that mandate is not there, but the national IDs and the others will actually have that conversation later. We're going to have a very last presentation and panel, then we shall go for lunch. The other panel, the very last one for this session, will go into the after lunch. Allow me to invite Mr. Joseph Kalinaki, the legal manager, NSSF, to come and paint for us a picture, social protection and the labor rights. This will highlight the role of NSSF in promoting social protection of workers in Uganda and how best this can be done with existing legal and the policy framework. Mr. Kalinaki, let's welcome him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of the Managing Director, who was supposed to be making this presentation. NSSF, as we all know, is a government institution established under the National Social Security Fund Act. And like all public institutions, we work within the framework of the law as has been set out in the Act. Sorry about that. As we prepare to project the presentation, I will still continue. We were guided while coming up with our presentation by the National Social Protection Policy that was published in November 2015 by the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. In that policy, social protection is indicated to refer to public and private interventions intended to address risks and vulnerabilities that expose individuals to income security and social deprivation, leading to undignified lives. So on the basis of that, we are here to present to you how NSSF comes into the picture. According to the policy, social protection basically has two pillars. There's social security, which consists of protective, preventive interventions to mitigate factors that lead to income shocks and affect consumption, as well as social care and support services, which entails a range of services that provide care, support, protection, and empowerment to vulnerable individuals who are unable to fully care for themselves. The legal framework within which we operate, first of all, at the international level, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which declares social protection as a human right. And so when you look at Articles 2, Article 22, and Article 25, therein is a recognition of the right to social protection. Coming to the domestic arena, under the national objectives and directive principles within the Constitution of Uganda, we have got provisions in there which relate to social protection. Objective number 15, for example, talks about the right, talks about all Ugandans enjoying the right and opportunities, and talks about access to education, health services, clean and safe water, work, decent shelter, adequate clothing, food security, and pension and retirement benefits. Objective number 7 talks about the state making reasonable provisions for the welfare and maintenance of the aged. Now, those are very relevant to what we do in NSSF, as I will elaborate later. So within the NSSF Act, the framework of the NSSF Act, we have got provision for a number of benefits that NSSF offers. And this includes the age benefit, which speaks to objective number 7 of the Constitution. We have got the withdrawal benefit, that is for basically people who have gone into accepted employment. For example, if I was to rejoin government, the civil service again, I would actually be now asking for a withdrawal benefit because I'm covered by the government scheme. Then we've got the invalidity benefit, which is intended to deal with instances where a person, by reason of either by reason of either mental or physical disability, is unable to earn a reasonable livelihood. Then we've got, of course, the immigration grant, where a person has been working in Uganda and they are permanently emigrating from Uganda, they can get a payout. And then, of course, the survivor's benefit in the unfortunate event that a person passes on, the family members or the beneficiaries can actually take on that. So, Social Security, therefore, is one of the components of social protection. And as NSSF, we are basically concentrating on the issue of social security. And how do we do this? First, we exercise our collection mandate as has been given to us under Section 2 of the National Social Security Fund Act. Under that provision, NSSF has the mandate of collecting contributions, as well as, of course, paying out benefits in accordance with the provisions of the Act. In that case of Okello versus Rift Valley Railways, the court recognized that obligation, whereby it said that NSSF is the one with the responsibility to actually chase employers who are defaulting. On a happier note, we have seen the industrial court being very progressive these days by making orders relating to payment of social security contributions where employees have actually complained. So that is a very, very good thing. And it is a very good thing, and it bolsters our position in going out there to collect these monies that have not been remitted to the fund. How do we exercise the collection mandate? We have a branch network consisting of 19 branches and outreach centers across the country. These are organized in areas as well as regions and areas. Within those branches, we have got relationship managers whose duties include reaching out to employers in many of those sometimes hard to reach areas. We have these people who go to tea estates, they go to sugarcane plantations and so on. They go as far as that to make sure that they register these employees who are working in those places. Additionally, the fund has also leveraged on technology to make it easier for contributions to be made on behalf of the members, on behalf of our workers. So we have got e-collection channels. For example, it is possible to pay through mobile money. We have got memoranda of understanding with collection with a number of banks to enable this e-collection. And it is also possible for employers to self-assess to see what they are likely to pay. But also, in addition to that, collecting alone and going out to the employers is not enough. We have got the enforcement mandate under the NSSF Act, whereby we can pursue both civil and criminal proceedings. It is provided under Section 48 of the NSSF Act that monies due to the fund can be recovered as a civil debt. So we can actually summarily recover these monies. But also, in addition, non-compliance with the provisions of the NSSF Act, including making contributions, is a criminal offense. And the jurisdiction, according to the Act, has been given to the magistrates' courts, where we report. Of course, we do have some few issues with magistrates' courts because sometimes the numbers are very big. And when you look at the Act, it talks about in accordance with the Magistrates' Courts Act. And as we know, magistrates have limitations as far as the amounts are concerned. So we have some issues there. But we can undertake both civil and criminal proceedings. And the office of the DPP, the office of the DPP has licensed the lawyers of NSSF to be able to undertake prosecutions. So the lawyers of NSSF can prosecute. Next page. Okay. So in the course of these prosecutions as well as the civil cases, what we recover is, of course, the principal sum. We also impose a penalty so as to prohibit people from not complying. And then we also recover interest. And the interest is based on the interest that is declared by the minister in a particular year, which means that if an employer has not been remitting contributions for a particular employee for a period of 5 years, in addition to the principal and the penalty, they will also have to pay the interest, the equivalent interest that was declared in that particular year. And in that case, NSSF versus Chisubi, the court sets out all those obligations of what is supposed to be paid and so on, as well as the rationale. The other thing that we do with the monies that have been remitted to the fund is to carry out prudent investments. We want to make sure that when the workers have given us this money, it does not lose value against inflation. So we have got a clear investment policy statement which sets out which areas and what percentage of our portfolio we can put in those particular areas. So we have fixed income, we have equities as well as real estate. We are now having a conversation of whether there are alternative investments that we can also get involved in. And these are discussions that require the clearance of the Ministry of Finance. So we are having those discussions. We shall talk about some of them later. The other thing where the fund now comes in to intervene for workers is the issue of midterm access to contributions. This was something that was introduced by the amendment of 2022, whereby persons who have worked for 10 years and are 45 years can access up to 20%, and persons who are under disability have worked for 10 years can access up to 50%. We also have the other benefits, which I talked about earlier, which also relate to age. For example, at 50 or 55, the age benefit at 50 or 55, if a person is 50 years old and has been out of employment for a period of 1 year, they can actually apply for their benefits. So that helps us to intervene in cases where a person has actually lost a job. Of course, at the age of 55, a person will take everything. Immigration grant, I think we talked about this. The board has also been given powers to prescribe additional benefits in consultation with the minister. And we are in several engagements with several stakeholders. We are carrying out surveys in some of the areas where we can intervene, such as healthcare, education, housing, among others. And we are sure that we shall be coming up with appropriate interventions in those particular areas. The other issue is about corporate social investment. Here, what the fund has done is come up with a program. It's called the High Innovator Program. It is also on our website. You can access the High Innovator page. What happens here is that the fund is supporting startups and certain struggling companies in order to put them at a level where they are investable and where they can actually employ Ugandans. We, as a fund, have partnered with the MasterCard Foundation. I think the MasterCard Foundation is familiar to a number of people, especially in the education sector. So we have partnered with them. They have set up certain criteria, qualifying criteria for these companies. And what we intend to see is that when these companies have reached a certain level, they can be able to employ Ugandans who will ultimately be able to make social security contributions and therefore bolster our intervention in that area. The other thing is sensitization, as well as partnering with certain umbrella bodies. We have been in talks with a number of bodies. For example, in the oil sector, we have been in touch with the Petroleum Authority. In the road sector, where we have many casual workers, we've been in touch with UNRWA. We've had a number of engagements with them. In the communication sector, and even with Uganda Revenue Authority. Actually, with Uganda Revenue Authority, our partnership goes as far as comparing NSSF database with payrolls for payee, because sometimes people declare less numbers for NSSF, whereas they declare the right numbers for tax. So we have that partnership with URA to make sure that the documents actually match. Then, of course, exploring public-private partnerships. I think I need to explain that a little. We are also exploring possibilities of intervening in the economy in other areas. Right now, we have an approval from the Minister of Finance to come up with, we have a proposal basically to get into marketing of agricultural produce as a beginning. We are engaging the Uganda Development Corporation. We already have an understanding with the Uganda Development Corporation, where we think that we can come up with a vehicle that will enable us to basically be able to intervene in the agriculture sector. The agriculture sector, of course, is a very important sector where most of our people work. And we think that if we are able to help them with marketing, then they could also ultimately be able to make social security contributions. But what more needs to be done? I think because the amendment to the NSSF Act opened up the sector to such an extent that even if you have one employee, you have to make a contribution. It means that we have to do a lot more work to reach out. So we need more resources in order to be able to reach out to all these employers. And then also, we need to engage more with other partners. We have some engagements, for example, with the Uganda Police for private security firms. Before a private security firm can be given a license by the Uganda Police, they must be able to show that they have complied with the NSSF Act in as far as contributions are concerned. So we have those sorts of interventions to ensure that even people in those other sectors are able to comply with our law. And then, of course, there's the issue of voluntary contributions, where we are encouraging people who have some, not only extra income, but people who have that saving culture, to be able to either top up if they're already members in the organization, sorry, in the fund, people who are self-employed, who are doing their own business, and any other person who would also like to contribute to the fund. So they are given a chance to be able to contribute to the fund. We are awaiting the regulations governing voluntary contributions to be approved by the minister. And so far the discussions have indicated that there are a number of interventions in there which can help people to be able to become members of the fund. We have a problem when it comes to resolution of social security disputes. The time that it takes. Some of you are aware of the case between Uganda Telecom Limited, NSSF, and some former employees of that organization. It has been over 5 years, and we have not yet disposed it off. We haven't yet concluded that. These people keep coming to our office. So if we are to intervene and help these people, some of them are actually very, very, very disturbed at this point. They need their money, but then they have not yet got an answer from the court. So we are thinking that maybe we may need a specialized court for social security. We may maybe need a particular tribunal, or at least some procedures, expeditious procedures for handling these sorts of matters. These are just proposals we are thinking, and we are engaging with other people to see if this is actually possible. There's also the issue of portability of savings. We have had instances of people who are working in Europe whose tour of duty, like they say, has ended, and they want to come back to Uganda, but they do not want to get their money. They want it to be invested somewhere, but they want to come back to Uganda. The legal framework currently does not have a mechanism in which that can be done. So they would like to get money from the scheme in Europe and send it to NSSF, but then the legal framework is lacking. Then there's the issue of migrant workers, which we think we also need to talk about, considering that these people will have to come back to Uganda at one point. We think that we also need to get social security arrangements for them, and we are hopeful that the political leaders will actually look into this particular issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Council. Friends, it is 3 minutes past 1 p.m. and my team is passing around the tickets to evoke Sustainable Development Goal 2. Before you get that coupon, you don't qualify for it, but it's actually coming. We're going to have this one last panel, and then we shall go for lunch. I want us to keep time like yesterday. This last panel, it's going to run for only 30 minutes, max, only. And I want to welcome Mr. Antali Alex, Senior Associate Advocate at Max Advocates. I want to welcome Ms. Daiselinda Nabakoza, the Director of Supervision and Market Conduct, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. I want to welcome Mr. Richard Bijira, the Secretary General, National Organization of Trade Unions, I equally want to welcome Dr. Sam Lomoki, the Central Organizations of Free Trade Unions, COFTU, to come up here. Honorable, you're welcome. And last but not least, let me welcome Miss Amu Ellis, the Senior Labor Officer from Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. The faster you come, the faster we evoke SDG 2. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. I think mine is going to be fast and sweet because if it goes any longer, it may become unwanted. It's a pleasure to be here, and I have a panel which has been set up nicely by Joseph Kalinaki because he talked about social protection, and this panel is going to discuss how we can ensure social protection, and we have a number of different players as have been introduced. I'll go straight into it because I don't want to take any more of the time, and I'll start with a regulator, UPRA. One of your biggest clients, the fund, has defined for us social protection, and have told us what is entailed and what should be expected. Now, you as the regulator, what more do you have to do to ensure that these schemes that you regulate ensure social protection and that the members, their families, and especially the vulnerable, are protected?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And really, thank you for inviting us for this very important discussion. So just to get into the discussion on how the regulator is participating in fostering this social protection agenda. One, like any other regulator, setting the standard. We are doing that through our various regulations. And the idea here is to ensure that you have fairness. You want to have a fair application across board, keeping in mind, of course, that it's not just NSSF providing these services. There are a number of other schemes that are providing social protection products in our market, both for the private as well as public, all the way to providing some sort of service to the informal sector. So a certain level of standard is required, and the regulator has done that through various regulations, through various guidelines, and this helps us, for transparency and sustainability. But beyond that, we also, like NSSF and any other entity, a lot of public awareness goes into growing this agenda. There are many people that don't even know what their rights are in regards to social protection, and in particular social security in relation to retirement benefits. So the regulator also has come in to participate in developing that, knowledge base in regards to retirement benefits in Uganda for both, pension as well as the Provident Fund related. But most importantly, as a regulator, core mandate is supervisory. Policies developed by government, you have people in the market who are providing the services. There is need for that person who is looking at what's going on, that oversight, supervisory oversight in what's going on, and that's our core mandate. And in there, we have various items or activities from inspection, from audits, as well as fostering customer protection, consumer protection. We have a fully fledged complaints handling department. So the idea is there's someone out there who is providing a service, but the regulator is now coming in to see, are you following the right standard? Are you giving, level ground? Is everyone accessing your services equitably, or do you have some sort of unfairness? That's where the regulator comes in. Particularly when you look at the supervisory framework, given how extensive the market is, as well as the technicalities in there, the regulator has gone ahead to develop what we call a risk-based supervisory program. And the idea here is we're going to assess an entity all the way from onboarding to the services it is providing and the quality of benefits it's giving. In there, if you find that there are discrepancies, there are challenges, then you have a response that goes to that particular challenge. So the regulator is coming in that framework, definitely. Thank you.
I think before we take leave, I think it becomes easier if you're dealing with a formal sector. And we have just been told, with the statistics we received earlier, that about 92% of our workforce is informal. So what strategies are you as a regulator undertaking to ensure that you reach out to the informal sector and their protection is also secured?
Like I said, thank you for that question. Very important, especially when you say the numbers. 95% of our market is extremely informal, but you still have to provide for it, yeah? Because we're all Ugandans. We must access these services. The beginning point is the standards that have been set. They don't discriminate. It's both formal and informal sector. We will not say that because you are providing for the corporate who is getting 1.5 billion in benefits, we shall give you special attention. We are going to look at you as a provider of these services. That's the beginning point. Let me also take the opportunity to talk about a recently launched study. We launched a study in 2023 alongside financial sector deepening. The idea here is to look at how to extend coverage to the informal sector. Our study was completed in January, and we launched the report in February of 2024. In there, we have developed different interventions, if you say, for us to be able to reach out to the most informal of people. We want to, glue ourselves on already existing infrastructure. For instance, you have telecoms. How do I ensure that as I am buying airtime, as I'm buying data, I put aside 1,000 shillings to my retirement fund? So already have discussions with the telecoms, as well as the other government entities in relation to registration and recognizing these individuals. Because one of the issues that we highlighted from that study was even knowing who is there. The 4.1 that we're talking about, 4.1 million Ugandans who are somewhere there, they're not clear where they are. You also want to reach to them, yeah? For whatever meaningful engagements that they are holding in our space, be it selling, whatever they are selling, be it a market vendor, be it whoever, it's important to reach out to them. So which program do you get this person? Because this person will not walk to a bank. This person is not going to walk to you for them to contribute. How do you make it easy for them? We're also looking at a population that is predominantly young, and we want to use technology. There's already existing technology for the young people. If I scan the room, most of us here have a smartphone. And at one point or another, as the speakers were a bit boring, you glanced your phone, yeah? Or for a moment there when you were trying to, take in what the speakers are telling us, you glanced your phone. There is a young person out there who does everything on their phone. They don't even have the moment to sit in a room like this and participate in such discussions. How do you tap into that person whose life is practically on their phone? 24/7, they're on their phone. So we also are looking at that direction, using technology to make it easy for everybody to participate in this space, but also to use the same technology for transparency and accountability. What we have in the market now, if Daniel could even tell you, you can now go on your phone and check your statement. You can go onto your phone and see if your employer has remitted. The same thing will happen for the informal sector. I go onto my MTN, I dial whatever USD code I'm given, I contribute. My service provider should be able to give me a statement there and then to show me your 1,000, your 2,000 has come in. That flexibility and ease of transparency is something that we're also looking at. But most importantly, as I end on this particular question, is government intervention to make it easy for everybody. We can't do it alone. NSSF can do it alone. The schemes in the market there can do it alone. It means government at whatever level, be it on the legal side, be it on the financial side, be it on the policy side, needs to make sure that we're all speaking the same language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's encouraging that the regulator is being innovative, looking at technology and having inclusion. Now let's go to Notu and Mr. Bijira. I think as another stakeholder, just let us know of the steps you are taking to ensure that the labor unions advocate for social protection and ensure that at least we have everyone included and protected.
Thank you. First of all, as the National Organization of Trade Union, being the umbrella of most of the affiliates in Uganda, our role is to ensure that we advocate and advance the socio-economic interests of the workers of this country. And definitely social protection is one of them. As NOTU and as workers, we have a task to ensure that the investors who come in this country, we help our workers through our affiliates to ensure that we do supervision through our affiliates to ensure that most of these investors contribute to the National Social Security Fund. But as earlier my colleague highlighted, there's a challenge of the informal sector, which looked not to be more organized. Like 70% of the workers of this country are in the informal sector. NOTU has not stopped there. We have, through Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, some unions in the informal sector have been registered, like Markets Union, we have Drivers Union, we have even Transport Union. We have gone ahead to ensure that we organize the informal sector into trade unions so that they are able to be organized and they contribute to the NSSF. Transport Union has done this one ably through the taxi drivers. They are all, most of them are contributing, and we have done a lot to ensure this. Two, we are also doing a lot to ensure that the new regulations are put in place to enhance this development of voluntary contribution. Furthermore, definitely we have a task of casualization in this country. And we are trying to say yes, even with the new Employment Act coming in place, whereby you contribute, people come, work one day, they chase them away. So those, majority of those workers are not protected. And as not, we are trying to, one of our roles is policy. We are trying to see that the laws which come in force capture that part of casualization. We have already captured those who employ 1 to 2 people, already that is in the law, and we are doing a lot to do that. But we are also not contented. We believe that we need to have more benefits for our workers, like social health insurance. This matter is still being discussed, whether social health insurance should be part of NSSF or social health insurance should stand alone. This is a matter of discussion, and it has attracted a lot of discussions and discontentment between employers and the workers. But we know at the end of the day, we shall agree.
Thank you very much. And I think it's always important to know that more people are getting unionized and they are having their rights enforced. But I think, and as we ask Doctor to come in at this particular point, the issue of disparity, dealing with representation, women empowerment. Now, maybe you can explain to us, and I understand you have expansive experience in this area of workers' organizations. What are the unions doing to ensure that equality, diversity, and inclusion is catered for when you're protecting social security and social protection?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, to thank you for the opportunity and also recognition and appreciation of the members participants in this convention. In terms of disparities, discriminations in the world of work, from the point of view of labor, first of all, but just to give it a context, there are 4 what we call core labor standards. That is freedom from compulsory labor, child labor, the right to organize, and the freedom from discrimination. So discrimination is one of the core labor standards in every workplace. So when it comes to gender and parity in the world of work, for us as labor union leaders, organized labor is very critical because there should be freedom, there should be equality of labor, and all human beings are equal. And therefore, we take men, women, and all other marginalized groups as the people who are right to work, who have the right to work, and also in terms of dignified labor, all categories of people working in the various entities or various levels of work are taken as equal and have to be respected. So what we have been doing, of course, all the players working together with labor unions, the employers organizations, the government, those are the stakeholders, the tripartite partners, have been in about 3 or 4 areas. The first one has been in the law, try to make sure that all the laws and policies recognize the right of people to work and to be equal, including the Constitution, Article 40 and others. So our labor laws have been refined, the Employment Act, and many other laws. We make sure that really there is that sort of the issue of description is resolved. The second one has been trying to empower people, capacity building, trying to overcome mind issues where we push for a paradigm shift, mind change, so that we know that everyone is equal through sensitization, through training, and also through skilling. Because one of the challenges we have, especially what you said in terms of women, if you look at, for instance, the informal economy, the majority of the people there are women, in the markets and others. You look at all the jobs, the majority of the people who are at the lower levels in the job structures are women. So what we have been doing is try to make sure that we empower women through skilling, working together, of course, with government, supporting all the affirmative action programs, and also in organizations where we have influence, NSS and others, we make sure that they do special mentoring for women workers, and also try to make sure that we support women in terms of representation where we are represented. The last one has been, of course, the area where we are trying to operate in is the environment where people work, to make sure that the environment is not discriminatory in terms of the structures and all other facets within that environment. So wherever the labor unions are, first of all, present, we make sure that we push for gender parity. And in terms of representation, if you look at, for instance, representation in parliament, women have a stake in all other areas, representation in the boards, and also in those workplaces. We emphasize the fact that women and men are equal, but also we make sure that sometimes, because of the chauvinistic nature of our societies, women sometimes are marginalized, not because of us being women, but because sometimes the type of jobs they go in are low jobs. We have cases where, in terms, when they ask for people to come to show up for adverts, most of men show up more, even those who are not qualified. The evidence is that women only go for where they think they will pass through, but men go everywhere. We have this research. So you find some women have to be encouraged even to apply where they are competent. And when they come, evidence is that when they appear for interviews, most of the women who show up actually become the best and beat even men. But the challenge is sometimes to encourage our women colleagues to be able to be present and to be active and to take responsibility of their destinies.
Thank you, Dr. Ramoki. And I think it's opportune that this particular panel speaking about disparity has a lot of representation from the different gender. And I think let's go now to the Ministry of Gender and Labor. Elise. moving from what doctor has told us, I need you to talk to us about working conditions, about exploitation. We have a big problem of migrant workers, and I think Joseph has talked about it. How is that protection in terms of social security and fair wages? We know there's a law on minimum wage, which is so obsolete. We can no longer use it. What's the Ministry of Gender doing about this?
Thank you so much. Before I address the question that has been posed to me, allow me to speak to our theme, social protection and labor rights. You all know that issues to do with rights are statutory, and I'll read this verbatim to be able to unveil to you that indeed Uganda has gone a long way to make sure the workers are protected. When you look at our vision 2040, it underscores the importance of social protection to address risks and vulnerabilities. And you also realize that the government of Uganda recognizes the need to provide assistance to people who are vulnerable either by age, social class, location, disability, gender, disaster, or those who do not have any kind of income. The very Vision 2040 envisages that social protection system should include a universal pension for older persons, social assistance to the vulnerable persons with disability and destitutes. It also goes a long way to identify the universal health insurance as one of the key strategies for alleviating the high costs on health care by households and enhancing access to affordable health services for all. When we also look at our national development plan, it goes ahead to highlight the social protection as one of the key strategies for transforming Uganda from a peasant society to a modern and prosperous country. Yes, we heard from our keynote speaker defining social protection, but I also want to add a voice on it. Social protection is basically basic services and human rights that lead us to a dignified life. And when you look at our national social protection policy of 2015, it also goes ahead to provide for a definition of social protection to mean the protective and preventive interventions that mitigate the factors that lead us to having income shocks and affecting our daily consumption. Now, as a Ministry of Labor responsible for labor in Uganda, we are more interested on the, social protection has two pillars. We have the one of social security and the one to do with social care and support services. So as a Ministry responsible for labor, we are basically interested in a pillar of social security. Now in this, we have two components. We have the one of social income support, where you'll find that we have the non-contributory cash or in-kind transfers that we make to the very vulnerable individuals and houses in society. Maybe if I'm to remind us, do we recall the Nambanja money, the Nambanja cash transfer that happened within the periods of COVID-19? That was within 2021. At that time, the government gave in an intervention in cash, the e-cash, to around 250 vulnerable households, and the Ministry of Gender was very pivotal in doing the mapping, doing the assessment, and proceeding to make sure all these vulnerable workers benefited. And also, the Ministry of Finance, within this very particular intervention, released around 53 billion shillings with the authorization of the OPM to make sure at least these vulnerable workers that were affected within the municipalities, the cities, were able to cope with what was going on within the country at that very time. When we also look at the components of social protection of social insurance. It's a kind of contributory in arrangement, and it basically helps us to mitigate things to do with livelihood risks and shocks that people tend to interface at the time of retirement, at the time of loss of employment, work-related injuries, as well as the illnesses that come by when one is out of employment. So I would say that as Uganda, we actually recognize that social protection is a very crucial component of national development, and it's in that vein that we realize social protection has been evolving over time, and this is where we have had scenarios in our non-formal arrangements of Muna Mukabi, the village loans and savings associations that come in to make sure they kind of tap the shocks that come by, that people can be able to cope with what transpires in the nation.
If I may just interject there, because I'm moving very fast out of time. We're going to have a question for all of you, and I think it's about collaboration. So how is the Ministry of Gender collaborating with other government agencies and civil societies to make sure, and this is going to be a question for the entire panel in about 1.5 minutes, you tell us about the steps you are taking in your different stakeholder role to ensure that there is protection of employees in this particular case.
Thank you so much. You realize labor rights are legal and protection that is afforded to all workers to ensure they are able to have a fair wage and also be able to have a safe working environment. So in this line, we have been able to ensure we have the legal provisions that cater for issues to do with affording provisions where labor inspectors go and do the preventive, to do labor inspections and upholding labor standards. And we have also ensured that we have provisions where the labor unions can afford to lobby and organize collectively and be able to discuss with employers on how they can be able to relate through collective bargaining agreements. We have also, through that, we have also ensured that we have forums, tripartite forums, where we clearly table our issues as workers and as the regulators. We come in to also support and ensure that there are regulations, standards that prevail and employers respect to ensure the workplaces are free from workplace injuries, they are free from issues of health. We also try to safeguard the workers through ensure we have policies like the sexual harassment policies, to ensure they have issues to do with child labor policies in place, to ensure they are also having issues to do with workers organizing and demanding for justice in workplaces. We have also gone a long way to make sure we promote social justice, and this we do by advocating for fair wages, safe working conditions, and protection against exploitation. And when we did this, we contribute to social justice. We also ensure that these laws that we put in place not only benefit individuals, but also contribute to a broader economic development, where we have the fair wages that stimulate consumer spending, the demand for the goods and services that promote productive and engaged workforce. We also have seen ourselves fostering a healthy care cost for employers that is reduced ultimate enhancing of productivity and competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we shall now move back to you, Linda. Tell us about, because I personally in practice experience scenarios where your stakeholders have refused to pay out under a certain law is very clear, but an employer writes and says circumstances leading to termination were unfair, there's a court matter, the scheme shouldn't pay out. How are you collaborating with these other stakeholders to ensure that money is paid out, that there is no marginalization, there is no suffering of these people who are supposed to be protected?
Okay.
1 minute, because we are running
1 minute,
out.
yes. This particular scenario you're talking about is primarily what our complaints handling framework handles. And it goes into, of course, awareness about the rights of these members, and of course, employers and contributors. What should they expect from their schemes? That is something that is handled from that side. But also, we keep engaging those particular employers when we receive those complaints for those for smooth handling and expedient resolution of the issues that are raised by the various members, providing as equitable as possible a service to whichever individual comes to seek that service. So be it a lawyer, be it a law firm, be it an individual, we handle it the same. But also talking about the issue of collaboration beyond just for payment of benefits. We have lots of other collaboration to ensure that we have participation in this space. From partnering with URA, I think many of government entities are going to URA because URA is a very good source of information, but also as a good channel for you to bundle products. Our market can barely thrive at a time when there are competing demands on people's pockets. So how do you ensure that you are providing a service while also partnering in regards to what the different demands are? So we've also used URA for purposes of information, but also for that clarity in taxation. We've had several engagements. For me to be able to collect retirement contribution, it means that you're also compliant in other areas, not so. So if you're compliant with URA, we're using URA to make sure their platform becomes our platform. I'm contributing to my tax, but I also put aside money for my retirement. But looking at the core mandate of the authority being supervisory and stability for this sector, we have partnered with other financial sector regulators for purposes of ensuring that you have that level of consistency across the sector. So we've partnered with capital markets, with the Insurance Regulatory Authority, Bank of Uganda, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, Uganda Communications Commission for purposes of the integrators, just to make sure that we have that seamless flow of funds from contribution to investment to the guarantees that are in there.
Thank you. We're running out of time. For Noto, Mr. Bujura, please just give us your parting shot together with Dr. Ramoch, and then we close this panel discussion. Just 1 minute of your parting shot. And then...
Okay, I just wanted to make a call that one of the areas we are going to collaborate widely with the whole society is Noto has set up a toll-free center, which is going to be launched next week. In that sense, all workers will be able to access, and we shall be able to get all complaints, both national and international. And for us, that will help us to know the wider perspective of this. Secondly, yesterday also we had a meeting with over 100 members of parliament, and we have agreed that two issues. One, that Uganda should ratify C-189, and then accordingly, we also trying to advocate for a separate law of the migrant workers in this country. And we know all will be well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, really is to all of us to come to understanding that we are all workers. Like if you look at all of us here, we are workers. If you look at the whole spectrum of what we call factors of production, labor, capital, land, and entrepreneurship, and understanding, those three areas are workers. And so this issue of saying, when we talk of labor union workers, and then some people think they are not part, I think for us as workers, we are everywhere, and we must be able to get that, because if you have to have disciplined action, disciplined thought, and discipline the people in the world of work, wherever we are. We must have the dignity of labor. We must have the labor taking place, because if you look at the wealth, is that principle that wealthy countries are not wealthy by the virtue of, they are not wealthy by the virtue of their wealth, but they are wealthy by virtue of their virtues. So if you look at all the countries world over, the development and wealth came through the people. And that's the most important and critical ingredient of the whole process. And so for me, really, that would be the conclusion. Labor must take its place, and we must all be able to support that cooperation in terms of the mind shift. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the panel. Very wonderful discussion. You've added to our knowledge. Let's appreciate them, please. I think I'll hand over to the MC. Take us through to the next program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's 1:40 p.m. Comrades, I'm sure each one of us has a lunch coupon, same for our ministers, directors, and MPs, as well as the justices and judges. Your lunch will be at the Amber restaurant. The rest of us, we're going to go to the basement floor, and we are going to have lunch for 45 minutes. Let's make it count. And as we're going for lunch, this place is very safe, very, very safe. But please carry your electronic gadgets in case you will need them later. Thank you. Enjoy the lunch. 45 minutes. That's how safe it is.
lack of personal protective equipment, long working hours, lack of leave, delayed compensation for occupational injuries, lack of contracts, and inadequate social security, among others. It is against this background that the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, formulated a decent work country program to make a positive difference in the lives of workers. The first decent work country program was developed in 2006 and was implemented until 2012. A second program, in which lessons learned from the first one, was implemented between 2013 to 2017. A third decent work country program for the period of 2021 to 2025 builds on achievements and lessons learned from the implementation of the country's first and second decent work programs.
The decent work agenda is a global concept that emphasizes the need for work.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call this session to order. Those who are still outside to kindly come through and join us for this next section. And thanks for keeping time. We are getting there bit by bit. So this is going to be a very last session, and we pray by God's grace that by 4:30 we should be done, and cocktails and mingling will be in session. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for staying with us all through. I know it's quite a tedious kind of role, but you've stayed with us. The Lady Justice and our chief guest from Kenya, Honorable Justice, thank you so much for staying with us. We are starting off this session with another thematic area, which is looking at access to labor, justice, and a decent work for vulnerable groups, especially the refugees. It should be on record that in the region, we are the most lenient country when it gets to refugees. And as such, we need to be sure that justice is accorded to the vulnerable groups, and at the different layers, it's well respected. We're going to start this session, and I'll request the fourth estate taking pictures. I think that's the last one. Thank you. Allow me to welcome Mr. Enoch Mutambi, Green Skills Specialist from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to kick off the very last session today. You're welcome.
Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I'm privileged to be here to talk about the vulnerable sections of society and access to labor justice. The vulnerable sections of society are generally those segments that are generally marginalized, and we know very many sections of the marginalized. We know the minorities in this country, for instance, the Ike, the Batwa. When we come to gender, male, female, we know female tend to be more marginalized. We know the children tend to be marginalized. But for purposes of this presentation, I've been asked to focus on one section of the marginalized people, and these are the refugees. That the refugees compared to the nationals normally tend to be marginalized. And then we want to look into access to labor justice for the refugees, but also on issues of decent work. Globally, UNHCR estimates that there are about 110 million people who have been forcefully displaced. When it comes to Africa, we have about 36.4 million people who are refugees. Now, Uganda is the country that has hosts the largest number of refugees in Africa, and it's third globally. I think countries like Turkey take the bulk, but Uganda is the third. And one of the things that Uganda is doing is to have an open door policy for refugees. And the policy environment is actually conducive. There is an open door policy. In other words, refugees are accorded same rights as the citizens in this country. And for that, they even access gainful employment and labor justice, although of course, even while the policy environment is very clear, is very good, the access to labor justice, but also to gainful employment, decent work, is constrained by quite a number of factors. Now, what is this legal framework and policy framework that I'm talking about that is conducive? I want to take a few minutes to go through this framework and show you that our policies, our legislations are conducive for labor justice and decent work for the refugees in this country. And it starts with the mother document, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995 as amended. What does it say? Every person in Uganda has a right to practice his or her profession and carry on any lawful occupation. The Constitution does not discriminate at all. Any person in Uganda. In other words, it talks about the people of Uganda and not necessarily Ugandans. The people of Uganda. Meaning that refugees also have similar rights to practice their profession. And at the same time, the Constitution talks about the right to satisfactory, safe, and healthy working conditions. And similarly, the refugees, like the nationals, have this right as far as the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is concerned. So that law is conducive. The other law that enforces many of the other laws is the Refugees Act of 2006. Now this act is so progressive that it has been branded the best on the globe in being so specific to the refugees. As far as the laws across the world are concerned, in being so specific to the refugees, this act in Uganda has been named as one, actually the best legislation in the right. Now, this legislation grants rights to refugees in very many aspects. One, the right to practice their professions. If you come, you're a refugee, and you have a profession, you have a right to practice it without any form of discrimination. Right to employment, right to gainful employment. This law gives that right to gainful employment, right to engaging in any other activity, agriculture, industry. Refugees can even start companies here. And the law points it out very, very, very well. And rights to courts of law. If a refugee is aggrieved, he or she has a right to approach the courts of law, including the industrial court if it is a labor dispute. And even getting legal assistance from the legal aid. All these rights included in that law. The law also gives freedom of movement. While there are 12 settlements for refugees in Uganda across the country, especially in the northern and western axis, refugees have freedom also to move and settle anywhere they want. This is why Kampala, even having no settlement, having no refugee settlement, has about 140,000 refugees in the various parts of the city, and they are legally there. Social protection is given. So the law is very, very comprehensive. It's a free resource online. You can access it if you want to learn more about this law. But also, it gives naturalization pathways. If one is a refugee and wants to be a Ugandan, what are the steps? And the naturalization pathways are not different from the other people who are not refugees who would want to be Ugandans. So there are many, many aspects of this law, and this law is very, very progressive in as far as decent work is concerned for refugees, and as well as access to labor justice. Now, the regulations 2010, these ones actually give force to the Act of 2006, and they give more detail on each and every aspect in the law of 2006. The other important legislation is the Employment Act. And the Employment Act, I think this is Article 6. Article 6 of the Employment Act, section, I think, 3. This is what it reads, that there shall be no discrimination in employment. In other words, discrimination in employment shall be unlawful. No discrimination is expected. And it cuts across for everybody in the country, whether refugee, whether national, whether a foreign investor, or anyone that has had employment in this country. In terms of policies, there are also many policies. One of the great ones is the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework, which is also a free document online. OPM developed this, being the one in charge of the refugees, and it also gives details on how to handle issues related to refugees in the country, who does what, when, where. The third National Development Plan is also another important legal framework, another important framework, the development agenda for this country. And what does it say? When you go through that development plan, you realize that there are many, many, many things that are talked about the refugees, including the freedom to agriculture, and even the planning for refugees in agriculture. But the most critical for me is where it talks about enhancing labor productivity in the National Development Plan. And what does it say? It actually gives additional support for enhancing labor productivity for refugees and host communities. That document recognizes that one of the greatest challenges we have in this country is the issue of labor productivity. It's one of the lowest, while our labor productivity staggers around $2,700 per worker per person. Countries like Singapore, like Japan, they have up to $150,000. What a gap. It's a very, very big gap. So while we are looking at how do we enhance labor productivity for the country, the labor productivity for refugees comes out specifically in this document, and there should be additional measures to enhance labor productivity. Others, the Education Response Plan is also a key document, which is available also online, and about how do we develop the education. Accessing employment is easier with higher levels of education. So this document is about how refugees can access education. They have freedom to access universal primary education, and it's only when it comes to secondary and beyond where conditions become a little bit stringent. But then also the health response plan, and then the jobs and livelihood integrated response plan. This is a document of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and it spells out a bigger plan of how the issues of livelihoods of refugees would be managed. One thing that we need to note is that long ago, refugees would be given food rations, refugees would be helped in very many aspects, many aspects, but all these are dwindling. They are going down and down and down and down. So this document is about how then do you expect them to live? Life is critical and you need food. If they are not given food rations, so how do they live? And one of the ways is to access employment. And this is why all these legislations and policies are there to make sure that we support them in accessing livelihood. Now, given all this environment, all said and done, so is everything okay? Is everything so well? Now, everything is not so well. And these are some of the outcomes. People who are actively working. This is based on a study done by UNHCR. And they have produced a number of policy briefs. And these figures are based on that. That one, people who are actively working. For refugees who are in Uganda, they are about 29%. How about Ugandans in the refugee hosting communities? They are 64%. Meaning there is still a big gap. The gap is about 35, and this is a huge gap. The gap in Europe is about 17%. The gap in Uganda is about 35%. So in spite of good policy, there is still some problem. Labor force participation rate. This is the labor force participation rate is the total number of the labor force divided by the total working population. For refugees in Uganda, it's 42%. For the people in the host communities, it is 69%. Still, there is a big gap, showing that refugees still are disadvantaged in that area. When you go to another area, unemployment, in the refugee hosting communities, 7%. For refugees, 31%. Big gap. Underemployment. Those are the rates. LS, those are low skills. Those who come with low skills, they are refugees. The gap is that big. In other words, you come, you have a skill, you want to get a job, you can't get a job, you bend down for a much lower job than your skill. Those with low skills, 66%. Those with intermediate skills, 85%. They bend for lower jobs. And then those with high-level skills, 79%, bend down for much lower jobs than their skills. But even when we come to those who are employed, the few who get the jobs, how about the pay? They are actually paid about 32% less than the nationals. So in spite of a very good policy, there are still many gaps as far as access to jobs is concerned, but as well as access to labor justice. But in short, what are we talking about? We are talking about that refugees can get access to employment. Refugees can also get access to business and become self-employed. All these legislations do give them those rights. Lastly, what is the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development doing about the refugees? Access to employment, but also access to labor justice. One of them are the skilling programs. And the key here for our ministry is the work-based learning. And we are doing it, we are making it. We've piloted apprenticeship program in the hotel industry already. 90 have been graduated, and the results are amazing. I won't go into them. And a second cohort is going on for about 200. Another cohort is also coming. So we are doing this for refugees. here we are having refugees, 25%, host communities, 75%. We've been supported by Enable, we've been supported by ILO, and many programs are going on. The other area is cash for work programs. We have cash for work programs. These are temporal measures to give employment to the vulnerable sections of society. In 2022, we had the cash for work program in Arua City. It was also a pilot, and 30% of the people who were involved were refugees. And this is to give temporary employment and give them a source of income, and 4,200 people were involved. Another area is about supporting entrepreneurship development programs, because access to decent employment is not only about a job from elsewhere, but it's about a job that you can create. And the ministry is supporting entrepreneurship programs for refugees. One of the ones that is going on now is under the GROW project. The GROW project is supporting refugee women to expand, to grow their enterprises to the tune of 40 million US dollars in a number of components, training them, giving them cheap credit, giving them grants, giving them common user facilities, giving them just a variety of measures. And this is one of the areas that is ongoing as far as the ministry is concerned. The other area that is also critical is the area of social protection. The ministry runs what we call SAGE, Social Action Fund for the Elderly, Social Action Grant for the Elderly. And what is happening is that the ministry is finalizing plans to pilot this in Bidibidi, that is in Yumbe, and then in Ajumani, this coming financial year, where all those refugees who are at the age of 80 years and above, they will get the social grant, the grant for the elderly, like the rest of the citizens of this country. Also, in terms of access to labor justice, the refugees have access to labor officers, the labor officers across the country, like the rest of the citizens. So these are some of the things that we are doing. There are many others. Of course, while we are doing this, it's a drop in the ocean. I mentioned we have about 1.5 million, actually over 1.5 million refugees in this country. So the reach, how do we reach everyone there? It's not that easy. So, but we are making attempts and doing all the best that we can to reach out so that the labor justice can improve, so that access to decent work can also improve. Thank you for listening to me.
Let's appreciate him again for keeping time. That was amazing. At least I got one today. We're going to have a very last panel that is going to dig deep into the access to labor justice and decent work for vulnerable groups. And this is going to be moderated by Hilda Kamgisha from PwC. Let's welcome Hilda. And then she will invite her panel.
Thank you, and thanks for a great job of moderating such an important topic. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. I heard it's a wrong statement, but I'll borrow it. Privileged to moderate a panel that will discuss this important aspect of labor justice and access to the same, as well as access to decent work. Invite with me Grace Romushana, the National Program Coordinator from International Labour Organization. Welcome, Grace. We'll have Mr. Daniel Opio, the Labour Rights and Social Dialogue Expert from Enable. You're welcome. Next, we'll have Ms. Jean Biamugisha, the Executive Director, Uganda Hotel Owners Association. Welcome, Jean. Last but definitely not least is Ms. Tina Kalitani, Advocacy Manager on the Rebuild Program of the International Rescue Committee. Welcome, Tina. As has been noted over the last 2 days, it's very important that there's effective collaboration in delivering labor justice, as well as enabling the communities that we work with to access decent work and be able to exercise their rights to the fullest extent. So with me, the panel will dive into the discussion that we've just heard from sorry, mixing up the names. Mr. Mutambi ably demonstrated what the government has done in enhancing the access to labor justice among refugee communities, as well as enabling them to access decent work and also exercise their professions in Uganda. He mentioned there's been support from different agencies, including the ILO, Enable, and many others. So we'll dive right into it and listen to what ILO has done to support partnerships between the refugee communities, host communities, and the government to create inclusive economic opportunities and also to foster social cohesion and promote sustainable livelihoods in refugee hosting areas in Uganda. Grace, kindly give us some more insight into what ILO has done in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mutambi, for giving the context. So I'll not go into the policy, which is already conducive, as we have been told. So ILO is working in partnership with the government of Uganda, the Ministry of Labor, specifically, and other government agencies, Ministry of Education, the local governments, the workers' organizations, and the employers. And we are working on a program called Prospects, promoting prospects for refugees and host communities. In West Nile, the 4 districts, Arua, Madiokoro, Terego, and Isinjiro in Western Uganda. And what are we doing? We, as we already been told, refugees have difficulties accessing, getting into the labor market. So what we do is we work to promote their access to the labor markets through self-employment. One of the things we are doing is we use an approach called market systems development that strengthen the local economy to create opportunities through agricultural value chains. And in Western Uganda, we are working with the district local government of Isinjiro and other partners to strengthen the soybean value chain so that it can create opportunities for the farmers and also for the other actors along the value chain. In West Nile, we are working with the districts of Madiokolo, Arua, and Terego to strengthen the local economy in the sesame and cassava value chain so that there are opportunities along the value chain. Here we have farmer groups, we have financial institutions. We use integrated approaches where we are looking at the whole product value chain, but also the other actors, the financial inclusion aspect, access to finance, and development of cooperatives. That's one part. And that's under the work area which is employment with dignity. We are looking at skilling for the market, not just skilling. So working with different partners, we are training refugees on how to access the relevant skills that are needed by the labor market. I think Mr. Mutambi talked about the tourism work that we do, and I'll leave that to Jean to elaborate more about the apprenticeship program in the hotel sector because she's one of our partners, the organization. We are also working to rural employment services, linking refugees to the employers in the context where they are. And also, recognition of prior learning. I think they talked about some refugees come here with academic qualifications, well qualified, but maybe the qualifications are in a language that is not understood, or it has been equated with the national system. So we work with the National Council for Higher Education equate the qualification of these refugees so that they can be able to compete in the labor market. And of course, everything that we are doing, we are trying to use the digital systems also. We are supporting the National Council for Higher Education to digitize that process so that refugees don't have to come from natively to just deliver documents. There can be an online system. Same with I think the speaker in the morning talked about, people working in Uganda when they are not here. We are also looking at how can they work for other markets when they are here. Remote working and training youth, especially who have skills, to use the platforms that are available in the digital space to get employment. All this is, of course, the other work area that we are working on is the social protection policy, looking at how we can support the planning processes, both at the local government, the district development plans to integrate refugees and other policy framework and strategies. The national social protection strategy, for example, how can that include refugees? The financial inclusion strategy with the central bank, how can that work with refugees? Last week there was a meeting here organized by the central bank, and they are looking at how to also include the vulnerable communities into, access finance. I think broadly that's what I can start with, but I'm happy to elaborate more. I don't want to take much of your time. But this is a partnership with ILO, UNHCR, World Bank, IFC, and UNICEF, basically looking at the agenda of moving from the humanitarian to development and peace nexus. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Very much is being done clearly. And so we'll just look at some of the things that probably are still a work in progress. I'll invite Tina to comment around what some of the key barriers are for refugees in regards to accessing decent work in Uganda and what some of the strategies can be. We've heard what ILO is doing, but from your experience, what are some of the key barriers?
Thank you very much. Mr. Mtambi set the ball rolling, that the policies are conducive, but then we have implementation and enforcement. That's another discussion altogether. But when we look at the main challenges, we'll look at the legal and policy barriers. Case in point is that refugees will require work permits, which they can acquire at no extra cost. But this permit has to be stamped into a conventional travel document, which is hard to get. It's costly and hard to acquire. It will take you about 9 months to 2 years to acquire this as a refugee. How many employers are going to wait for you to get your work permit to be able to employ you? Experience has shown that oftentimes some employers, not all, have used this to weaponize the law. They know that if you have no work permit, you will have no valid grounds of approaching labor officers saying, I was cheated, I was not paid. So we've seen some employers weaponize the law to the detriment of some of the refugees that had been privileged to get these jobs. Additionally, when we look at accreditation or recognition of prior learning, there's policies in place, but quite bureaucratic and not practical. How? As a refugee that has fled my country of origin because it's unsafe, for me to practice in Uganda, I am required to go back and pick my original documentation. Number one, I am fleeing because it's not safe. So how do you expect me to go back and pick original documentation, certified documentation? We understand also we have to balance the interests of the government, because at the end of the day, it has to have measures in place to do quality assurance, but what can be done to mitigate this, because it's highly non-practical? What happens to political refugees that have to consult their embassies for original copies of documentation? What legal and policy barriers? We look at aspects of, I'll call them attitudinal perceptions for both refugees and employers. Some refugees are entirely reliant on humanitarian support. So there is minimal will to work harder. And in our study, we've done a study about this. It has been established that some refugees will opt not to work because they want to be resettled by UNHCR. And one of the criteria in one of the options is that you must be vulnerable for you to be resettled. So this negative mindset adversely affects the willingness of someone to actually work and get a decent job for themselves, but also with the employers. Some employers honestly do not believe that refugees are supposed to work well in Uganda. The question will be, are you even supposed to move? One of the employers asked us when we were interviewing them, are you even supposed to be in Kampala? I think you're supposed to be stuck in the camps, in the settlements. So there is a limited awareness by some of our employers, not just employers, actors generally. So there is a need for continued capacity building. Then we have the aspect of social capital, limited social capital. I'm forgetting the presenter, but earlier he mentioned in blue, the largest percentage of how Ugandans were getting jobs was because a family friend recommended me. Now, when you come to Uganda, you are new, you have no social capital. The person that you know is also as underprivileged as you are. So there is an aspect of social capital being minimal, and this is aggravated by the fact that some of the unions that would ideally support them in seeking some remedies do not admit them. Some unions have a requirement of you having a national ID, labor unions, I mean, to be a member. A refugee will not have a national ID. If they have a national ID, they are not refugees. So the need for a national ID to be able to access certain services is not practical because essentially it would turn them into nationals, and it has indirectly it has encouraged negative coping mechanisms using probably the back door to acquire nationality simply because they cannot get certain services that ideally they should be getting since the Refugee Act permits them to work. When you look at our Labor Unions Act, nowhere does it mention aspects of refugees. When you look at Vision 2040, for instance, which is the premise on which the Ugandan National Social Protection Policy of 2015 is benchmarked against, both do not contain aspects of refugee protection. And Uganda is the largest refugee hosting country in Uganda, and at the moment it's actually fifth, no longer third, it's fifth in the world. We know our neighbors, protracted crises. So we need to incorporate refugee aspects and mainstream them in our national policies and not an afterthought. We look at the aspects of language and culture. Coming from a Francophone country, you come to Uganda, you may not really easily match as far as language is concerned because English, French, but we've had a number of refugees that have been able to cope, learn the languages, assimilate, intermarry because the law encourages intermarriage, it's fine with that. But aspects of language, it hinders the acquisition of jobs, those that are able to get them. We've had discussions with labor officers that say it is hard for them to even articulate their challenges because of language. Some will say the court, the labor officers, that's hard to access. I'm only a refugee. They'll just leave it. They'll be abused, they'll be exploited, and they'll say, well, I'd rather get exploited in Uganda as long as I'm alive than go back to my country of origin where my life is under threat. Those are just some of the few challenges that limit access to decent work by refugees. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. And that resonates with the gaps that the ministry has acknowledged, some of the gaps around sensitization as well as awareness and ensuring that the people they are trying to support actually take advantage of the policies. So besides having the policy, there's need to look at the gaps, address them, and then enable the targeted communities to take advantage of the initiatives government has taken. Thank you. We'll hear from Daniel at this point around Enable's initiatives towards operationalizing the concept of decent work in Uganda. In what ways can we enable these communities to take advantage of what they're entitled to in terms of fair wages, safe working conditions, social protection, irrespective of their backgrounds or circumstances?
Thank you so much. In Enable, we believe that decent work is the way to go. And as the definitions have been running since yesterday, we just have 4 areas or 5 through which we are advancing the decent work agenda. One is around employment, and the second is around issues of rights and standards at work. The third is advocacy around social protection. And the fourth is on social dialogues. And we recently added on another component, which is on policy and learning. And I could go further to say that in employment, we are looking at formalizing employment, supporting partners who could reach out to so many young people, but through formal employment. That's why we have UHOA on board, who are going to implement apprenticeships. She will tell you how many they intend to reach. We are working with PSFU, who are also implementing some programs. Recently, we have added on the Federation of Uganda Employers, knowing that they have so many members that are registered with them. So we want to tap into that membership. On our side, as Enable, we work with them. They identify employers who are offering decent spaces for young people to work. You are able to provide a contract. You are able to have HR and other policies. At least we begin with doing due diligence on an employer before we send to you a young graduate. So we also support that graduate for 8 to 10 months. We pay their stipend, and maybe after the 10 months, if the employer is okay and has seen some progress in this graduate, then they can retain them. In terms of rights at work, we are working with the Commissioner Alex and his department, plus the districts. We are working on capacity development programs for labor officers. We are equipping the labor officers with IT, ICT equipments, and also transport facilities. And why we do that is because when a worker, an employee is aggrieved, the first court of instance is usually the labor office. And when we did an assessment on capacities of labor officers in this country, many of them told us they were not doing their work well because they were not having equipment. And so we are now trying to procure. At least the first batch has been delivered to the ministry, and now the districts are also receiving theirs, I think, starting next week after Labor Day. And then the transport facilities will also be coming. So we ideally want, we want the labor officers to reach at least all workplaces within their jurisdiction. And we want them to also report. There is also doing an inspection, but you don't report on the inspection. So at the moment, Commissioner is struggling with accessing current information and data. But with this kind of support, plus the trainings we want to give to the officers, we are hoping that the next 4 or 5 years, we will be able to have quality inspections done. Those are things that really contribute to having decent workspaces which provide decent work for young people who are able to come in and work with freedoms and can stay in the workplaces. In terms of social protection, we are working with so many partners. Our angle of social protection is not the mainstream social protection that is lying in the Ministry of Gender, but a social protection that goes to the worker. In Uganda, we have so many approaches to way of livelihoods of people. Now, we are targeting workers. We want workers to be able to acquire services. We want employers to provide beyond just the salary to having medical insurance cards for their employees. Because we are looking at that employee, if I come to work, I am satisfied at work. If my children or my spouse gets sick, my employer should also be able to contribute to the welfare of my family. And that's how we want to look at the social protection. We're also going beyond to, for the informal sector, we have a number of them who are involved in the village savings and loan associations. And just beyond them saving for food and clothing, we're asking them, can you save for health as a component of social protection? So the informal sector has also been brought on board, and we are working with community-based health institutions that as you save in your scheme and you have an issue, you get a health complication, the savings that are for health in your scheme, in your association, should be transferred for your treatment. So in a way, we want to have our workers, both informal and informal sector, insured. They are able to work, and then productivity will increase. We are not forgetting the workers' associations, the unions, and employers. We have started partnering with the Federation of Uganda Employers to conduct the Employer of the Year Awards. And for this case, we are looking at sectors which are producing so many of workers who are at risk. And this is agriculture, tourism and hospitality, and green economy, including construction. So we want those employers within those sectors to be able to implement best employment practices, and we recognize them at the end of the year through the awards that FUE does. And our partnership goes beyond just awarding the employers, but we are supporting the least employers that have done so badly, so that they can be brought up. As much as we recognize the best, but behind the scenes, we are actually looking at the other person who has not done well. As I talk now, FUE and their legal team are quite busy trying to support those employers who didn't perform well in the 2023 Employee of the Year Awards. And in terms of policy and advocacy, we are working with government, supporting government, really to come up with policies which are pro-decent work. One of the key things we have done is supported the merging of the employment laws. Recently, there was one that a private member of parliament brought, and the ministry had their own bill, and we have been able to support that process to have one law, although not yet assented, but at least we are there. We are supporting the review of quite a number of regulations in the ministry, and all these we want to see that decent work aspects are embedded in some of these laws. I am going to tell you this, that as a neighbor, we are working well with the teams here, and we'll be happy to receive your proposals for support, as long as what you are doing is contributing to the bigger picture of decent work in Uganda or in East Africa. We will be able to work together. So those are some of the few things we are working on.
Thanks, Daniel. Very practical and comprehensive initiatives by Enable. We are grateful. I like that you follow through. The aspect of due diligence of the employers particularly interests me, because at the end of the day, decent work has to do with a holistic experience. So very well done. We'll hear from Jean from Uganda Hotel Owners Association. You've been mentioned by two of your fellow panelists. So kindly take us through the initiatives that as an association you have undertaken to enable refugees to access decent work and also to build their skills. Thanks.
Thank you very much. One of the first ways of building initiatives is first acknowledging that we were both part of the problem and also part of the solution, which is not always easy to do, especially for a businessman. You know, for them, we are always after the bottom line. I have a loan of about 1 billion shillings. I wanted to make back this money within the shortest time possible. So that was a bit challenging for us to actually get to appreciate the problem. The first step was carrying out a study. We needed to be able to see where the challenges were in the hotel sector. Why is there a skills shortage? How can we be able to support even the government in some of these initiatives? First and foremost, we are Ugandans. And so whatever we do has got to build our economy, our surroundings. Then, of course, we realized that we, like somebody rightly said, we were I think at the time when this started, we are the biggest host of refugees in Africa, I think the third in the world at the time. And also our refugees stay in settlements and not camps. So we had to go back to the drawing board. We had a lot of mindset change we had to do, the biggest one being stigma. Many people had never interfaced with refugees. Many people didn't know how to employ refugees. Many people didn't understand the rights of internationally protected persons. But also, most importantly, the refugees who are going to bring on board were people who had never been in a hotel. And here we are with Commissioner Alex telling me I need you to employ 100 or 200 of these to come into the hotel industry. So having to balance between making a business case for the hotel owner to accept this program, as well as the humanitarian case, and also put in place some of the initiatives to address some of the challenges we had that would ensure some decent employment, not just for the refugees, but again for the good of the entire ecosystem in the hotel. So the first thing that we did was to have youth employment and training programs. And again, the words that are thrown around, the big words, the decent work, social protection, these were very new words to us. We are used to a different lingo in the hotel industry. So we had to partner with people like ILO, now with Enabel, to see how we can be able, they can educate us on that side of the equation as we also offer employment. So it had to be a partnership between both the government to make sure that we are doing this according to the law, to the development partners who are going to fund this, and then also to the business community who are going to make sure that these programs and these initiatives, not only are they funded, but they are successfully implemented. Success was a very big part. We knew if we cannot make this a success, we should not even try. And so because of that, we've got two programs, one which is funded by ILO. It's a pilot apprenticeship project, and it has been doing very well. And now we are starting one with the Enabel program. With Enabel, again, to do with apprenticeship. The second initiative we had to do was deliberately integrate PWDs within within the hotel industry. For us, we are a very hands-on industry. And unfortunately, we are also a vain industry, right? If you look a certain way, you cannot work in a certain department. So we had to go back to the drawing board, for instance, and say, how do we integrate people with disabilities? So we have now, again, on this program, for most hotels, for the first time ever, having, and again, one of the most successful ones that we have, somebody who cannot speak, but is one of our best waiters. Because his smile, he has got the most beautiful smile. And even when he's serving guests, he's smiling that guests get excited to help him and articulate the order and also get his feedback. Were we good to you as you've been good to us? And that is a huge success. We have people at front office who are lame. So somebody, yes, I cannot work in the kitchen, but I am very receptive at the front office. And we get very, very good feedback when we train PWDs and we see them actually outperforming able-bodied people in the industry. So really, as a policy, again, for us at Uganda Hotel Owners Association, we want to keep increasing the number of PWDs in employment, decent work, gainful employment within the hotel industry. The third was, of course, advocacy. The Uganda Hotel Owners Association's duty mainly, first and foremost, is to lobby and advocate for a conducive business environment. So this looks at it both sides. Conducive business environment for the investors. So we are among the people who are shouting about EFRIS, but from a different, from a different eye than the traders, but also looking at decent employment for the young people who are working in our industry. For us in the hotel industry, 58% of all our staff are women. So we have got to be at the forefront of women employment, gainful employment, because much as we employ, the majority of our staff are women, less than 5% are in top management. And that is something we are trying to be able to change. If you're employing many women, we should have more women MDs, more women CEOs, more women supervisors. But also, most importantly, 77% of all our staff are young people aged between 18 and 30 years of age. I think this country, over 80% of this country is that demographic. So, and we are, I think, second to agriculture, the biggest industry with absorption that has the power to absorb big numbers of youth to be employed, second only to agriculture. So, lobbying and advocating and making sure we have our data right, we are speaking to the right people. We are working very, very closely with the Ministry of Gender. Commissioner Alex and I speak almost every single day because he's in charge of employment and youth employment and labor, and making sure that we are employing young people, but we are respecting their rights, and we are making sure it's actually gainful employment. We want to see progression. I think I'm proud to say that the hotel industry is where you'll find people who have worked for 30, 40 years. It's an industry once you get into, because of the skills components, you always be a hotelier all your life. And the last one is, of course, with partnerships and collaborations. Yes, we pride ourselves in being the biggest investors in the tourism industry, the biggest taxpayers in the tourism industry, but we don't know a lot of this legal jargon about decent work, etc., how to be able to do it. For us to be able to successfully implement these programs, we need partnerships. Partnerships with people like ILO, with Enabel, to be able to guide us, to be able to see how we can be able to incorporate some of these good initiatives within the law and within a shortest time possible, but most importantly, with the highest impact possible.
Thanks, Jean. Yours is an engaging discussion. I would love for it to continue, but unfortunately we are hard pressed for time. We'll have to wrap up with a thought or two, or no, one thought from the panelists as we wrap up. One thing you want us to take away.
If I can go. Yeah, if I can go first, I think there's some work being done to promote employment for refugees, but also host communities, so that we don't lose the social cohesion part of it, but also to build resilience. So it's important that there are a number of deficits for sure, because they are in the rural areas, the economy is informal, and all those decent work deficits. But we need to keep working on them and promote resilience and equal opportunity for refugees, but also the host community. Thank you.
Thank you.
From my side, I think the collaboration, the coalitions that we now have started should not end here. We should move out to speak about decent work, skilling, rights at work, etc. We should start engaging at all levels on these issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel.
Mine is a vote of thanks for getting the employers to join into the labor conversation. For a long time, we would always have our members of parliament debating without consulting the employers on what would be the best way of being able to implement some of the policies that they put in place. So it's good that we are having these conversations. One of the things, honestly, I would like to push for is for the approval of a minimum wage, so that at least as a bare minimum, we can know that we have support, even right from our policymakers, for decent work. And that would be one of the best ways that government actually shows that we are not just having a conversation, but we are actually putting our money where our mouth is. Thank you.
Thanks, Jean.
Thank you. Mine is that refugees flee with their skills. When they are fleeing, they do not leave their skills in the country of origin. They flee with their skills. And with a conducive environment, they can become assets to the nation. Our laws require that if they are gainfully employed, if they are engaged in business, they'll pay taxes. So if we create this conducive environment, it will be an asset and a benefit for Uganda. Let's create that environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. Spot on. Thank you very much for being a great audience. We are out.
Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. And while they were submitting and giving us great nuggets there, we were joined by our very dear Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao. You're so much welcome. So let's give him a round of applause. I was praying, I was following a couple of tweets. I kept asking the journalists around you, is he moving? I have a case running on this end, but good to see you. We're going to have 3 to 4 questions. This panel went a little bit into our time, but we will have 2 to 3 questions. And please identify who that question is going to. If it was to the first panel, and we have a couple of those still here, they will respond. If it is to this very panel that was still here, they will still respond. The first person with the question is Mr. Owere. Can we have a microphone to Mr. Owere there? Someone help me with the roaming microphone. Okay, you can use mine in the interest of time.
Thank you so much, moderator. Mine is not a question. Honorable Minister of Justice, Honorable Robert Mao, the Honorable Minister of State, my sister and comrade, Yakun, the Justice, Lady Justice, all the Justice and protocol observed. First of all, I want to thank the Ministry of Labor for organizing this wonderful conference. This has been a very, very powerful conference. Now, I have about 3 issues which I want to comment on. The first one, I want to credit all the workers and trade unions who fought for the restoration of industrial court. And I want to credit our MC and moderator today because he's one of the people, actually, when we were doing advocacy, all the time was inviting us on NTV and other media houses. I want to thank the journalists because it was a tough job to bring back the industrial court. Industrial court was put in abeyance for 20 years. And at one point, I had to interface with His Excellency the President. He asked me, why do you want the industrial court? I told him there's no way you can mix workers' issue with the people who steal chicken and other sort of things. Because this is purely arbitration and industrial relations, whereby other judges and magistrates don't understand. I want to thank him because he listened to us, and today we have industrial court. Now, there are gaps which was identified by several presenters. One of them is the lack of jurisdiction on compensation. I'm happy the Minister of Justice is here. Honorable Minister Robert Mao, I know you're a very strong man when it comes to human rights. I have a case here of a girl who actually, her hand was chopped off in the factory. And I'm going to share with you this photo. For 5 years, she has not got any justice. Now, we cannot take this case to industrial court because they don't have judicial powers to try this case. And now this girl doesn't have money even to file a case or to be represented by the lawyer. And these are some of the challenges we have as workers. These are vulnerable workers and they cannot get justice. Imagine 5 years. The girl has no hand, she's suffering, and we need, I want her to get justice. That's number one. Number two, we have migrant workers. You know, I was the chairman general of NOTU. I left in December, but now I'm the chief of labor affairs, externalization of labor in the powerhouse, where I'm now bringing together the migrant workers, the recruitment agencies, the training agencies, so that we create a good order in that area. So I hope, Honorable Onyakun, since you have come, you are going to help us to reorganize that sector. That sector also has a problem with the legal, because for them they are not, they cannot be represented at the industrial court. We also need to be, they are still at the justice, they are not under the industrial court. So those are some of the things we want to,
and finally,
finally, about the refugees, we are working hand in hand, especially the migrant workers who are here, who are working here, including the refugees. We want now to take care of them as an external powerhouse, so that because they don't belong to any union, and we can represent them. I wish you all good deliberations, and I thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you so much. Now I'm going to entertain questions. The rest of the comments, in the interest of time, we can save them for another day. I understand it's quite been a very long journey. In case there is any other question, please, by show of hands, raise up your hand to whom you're sending the question to, and we shall have it. Those ones following online, I'm sorry I can't pick them now. So I'll be physical here, only those in here. No question? Okay, let's clap for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. To all the presentations that have been made for the last 2 days, the Secretariat will share with those who are interested, and those who registered the email addresses, they'll be given to you. At this juncture, Honorable Ministers, allow me to welcome our Lady Justice, Lillian Tumsime, who happens to be a birthday baby today, to come and pass a vote of thanks to all of us who are here today. And she will guide on the next agenda. Let's welcome her.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chamagero. I am a very excited person today. I would like Honorable Minister, you're most welcome, Mr. Chairman Mao, as we are fondly known, you're most welcome. Allow me to adopt the protocol, although it is wrong, allow me to adopt the protocol as it was well laid out yesterday. I would like to thank the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, through the Minister of State for Labor, Honorable Anyapun, for organizing and hosting this very powerful convention. I would also like to thank you for giving the Industrial Court an opportunity to be part of the team that led the organization of this convention. Thank you very much for giving us visibility today, because this convention has not only given visibility to the court, but visibility to the rights of workers. I would like to thank our development partners who were well enumerated earlier on. I don't have to list them once again, for the support that you have continued to give towards strengthening labor, strengthening workers in this country, and particularly for supporting this convention. My take home is that we have learned what I have learned, and what I believe all of us have learned from this convention is that yesterday we started by discussing access to justice. We discussed labor rights, access to justice, and by today we have been discussing the national economy, planning, youth unemployment, and the future of work. So what is important here is that work is at the center of everything. Without workers, nothing can move. Work must be at the center of everything. We must protect work, and we must resolve work disputes so that we can improve productivity for better development of our nation. And the key words that we are taking, I believe, from this convention is there must be deliberate engagement. This conversation that we started, I believe, last year, but we have strengthened this year, must continue. We must communicate, create awareness, strengthen engagements, strengthen partnerships. Look outside the box, think outside the box. We had a discussion about the situationships. We must now put ourselves in these situationships and move with the future. In fact, we are already living in the future. Now we must begin to step out of the past and move in the future. I would like to thank the organizing committee that worked tirelessly to get this convention on the ground. And through you, Honorable Minister of Labor, I want to thank you so much. In spite of being amugole, like they say, just new, you've just hit the ground running, and there are exciting times ahead of you. There is a lot that we all must do, but I believe if we do it together, we are going to achieve a lot. With these few words, I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank all of you for participating. Thank you for honoring the invitation. Thank you for all the moderators. I would like to thank in particular our MC. I don't know whether to call you an MC. Our chief moderator, for making this not only a very exciting convention, but getting so much out of us. Thank you very much. I now take this singular honor and pleasure to invite you, Honorable Minister of State for Labor, Honorable Anyapun, to make your remarks, and thereafter invite the Honorable Minister for Justice to make his closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister Lillian. Honorable Minister, my brother Laditi, Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Mao, the judges from the industrial courts, our guest, chief guest, the judge from Kenya, Justice Zonki, Makau, members of parliament who have left after lunch, technical specialists from Enabel, the Embassy of Belgium, my team from the ministry, and our MC. You've been the best. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude a significant event being the National Labor Convention 2024, that focused on the theme improving access to justice, equity, and future of work. I'm profoundly grateful for the invaluable insights shared by all the keynote speakers, the panelists. The discussions have enlightened critical intersections between labor rights, justice, and ever-changing work environment. It is evident that enhancing and ensuring access to labor justice is not merely a matter of legal procedure, but it's a cornerstone for fairness, dignity, and equity for workplace. It resolves around fair wage, non-discrimination, following the rights, disciplinary procedures, among others. With the ever-changing work environment, we need to embrace digitalization of all processes, and that includes the dispute resolution systems, so as to enhance access to labor justice. As we envision the future of work, we must commit ourselves to creating an environment where every worker can assert their rights without fear or barrier, putting into perspective the vulnerable workers. As a stakeholders, during the convention, we have collectively resolved to dismantle obstacles of justice and promote equity for all the workers, regardless of their background or circumstances. By fostering dialogue, collaboration, innovation solutions, we can build a future where every worker enjoys the full protection of the law. I commend the dedication, the passion demonstrated by all the stakeholders in advancing the crucial agenda. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize and appreciate the ministry team under the leadership of our Commissioner of Labor, Industrial Relations, and Productivity for the initiative, dedication towards the organizing of this great event. Special thanks goes to our sponsor of the event, to all the participants who have been enduring since yesterday with us here for your dedication to attend this convention. In a special way, I want to thank our brother, the judge. The problem with tech is they don't have Christian names. Now it becomes difficult for me to bite my tongue when I name the other names. Okay, all the way from Kenya. I'm sure you've enjoyed your stay with us. You've had good food with us. I've had you talk about our pineapples and everything about Uganda. I want to thank you all. And I'll take this opportunity to invite my brother, the Minister, Honorable Norbert Mao, to come and give us a closing remark for God and my country.
My colleague, the Minister of State for Gender, Labor and Social Development, in charge of labor, and all the members of the Industrial Court, particularly Lady Justice Linda Tumusime. I've heard them calling you another name. I didn't know that one. Our visitor, my Lord Nzioki wa Macau. We know Ngugi wa Thiong'o. I think it is in the same line. The officials who are at the front line of labor relations in Uganda, the experts, dear friends, I've seen that the next program is break tea. And normally after closing, there are other solvents. So I'm now the one standing between you and that activity, which is not bad after working so hard. I congratulate you first and foremost for a successful National Labor Convention and Expo 2024. I believe that the theme you have chosen is the correct one. It is about access to justice. Equity, not equality. I think the word equity is carefully chosen. Let me state at the beginning that my undergraduate research was on the legal control of trade unions in Uganda. How the law is used to castrate workers' organizations. Let me put it as crudely as that. Because I think the trade unions in Uganda are castrated. And I can say that in the presence of Mr. Owere. They are impotent. The world responds to those who are organized. even if you are to do boxing, you must make a fist first and foremost. So my research, supervised by a labor expert in Uganda, Professor John Jean Barrier, was about how the law has been used to emasculate workers. As you know, everything to improve takes friction. Friction is not necessarily a bad thing. You would not be able to walk if there was no friction between your shoes and the surface on which you step. Your cars would not go anywhere if there was no friction between the tires and the road. Try muddy roads after it has rained, then you'll value friction. So, there will be no change of the condition of workers until the workers, first of all, start by stating their demands very clearly. Because most of the demands of workers of Uganda are tentative demands. I don't think there's a workers' manifesto in Uganda. So in preparing my remarks, I thought I would be as blunt as I am. Because justice is there. Justice is like Lake Victoria. How much of it you get depends on what you go with to fetch it. If you go with a spoon, you'll get a spoonful of justice. If you go with a 5-liter jerrycan, you'll get 5 liters of justice. If you go with a bucket, you'll get a bucketful. If you go with a water tanker, you'll get a water tanker. So my argument is that this demand for justice must be backed by a capacity to hurt those who have the power to withhold justice. And I say that without any fear of contradiction as the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Power, as Frederick Douglass said, concedes nothing without demand. So it is up to the workers who seek justice to ask themselves, how much are we willing to tolerate? I know it is in human nature to adjust to a problem rather than to try to solve it. Because we generally don't like danger. So it is easier for 99.9% of human beings. When there's a problem, they adjust to it and they make it normal. Rather than to say, no way, I can't accept this. So I have been part of groups that have tried to organize. Lady Justice Linda Tumusimbe was with us at Makerere University. When we were protesting the policy of structural adjustment program of the World Bank and IMF, which at that time we called stomach adjustment program. Basically, the policies was about privatize everything. Everything must be private. Number 2, cut the budget for social services. Those days, it was possible to underpay a worker, but money had value because money has, you can solve money problem from the demand side or from the supply side. You can solve by adding more money in a worker's pocket, or you can solve the money problem by providing services to the worker to reduce the pressure on the worker's pocket. My father was not very well paid in the sense of a fat salary, but he had a car which was fueled. We lived in a big house on Wilson Avenue in Ginger, which is like the Kololo of Ginger, at least at that time. I don't know what it looks like now. He was entitled to paid leave because he worked in Uganda grain milling. He was entitled to wheat flour regularly, maize meal, and even bread, because he was one of those scientists who worked to create the formula of tip-top bread, cob maize meal, and drum wheat flour. So the pressure on his pocket was not so much. We were also entitled to medical treatment at a clinic in Ginger known as Unawana Clinic, whose owner was Dr. Mutesa Asira and assisted by Dr. Mujabi, who I still remember. Because those are the doctors who have all our medical records from childhood. Now, when a worker has that, really the paycheck is not under a lot of pressure. So we looked on as all the public housing was auctioned. So now, if tomorrow, those of you who are directors, commissioners, you are transferred to Moroto, to Ajumani, you are going to have to hang around hotels. You can't take your family because basically you are in a manyatta. And that means you are not going to work as hard as you should. To the best of my knowledge, when I was a chairman of the local government of Gulu, all those who were not originally from Gulu, including those who were originally from Gulu but whose bases were in Kampala, had to leave Gulu on Friday afternoon. So basically, Friday was not a real working day. They come to Kampala to see their families, and then they return either on Sunday afternoon if they are disciplined, but usually on Monday. So they really work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And that is the routine. So now the comedians in Uganda say the Uganda public service is where the government pretends to pay the workers and the workers pretend to work. So there is mutual pretense. So now we need to deal with the question of pretending. Even if I'm paid only for 2 days, I don't mind. If really the salary I'm getting, I should only work for 2 days. Then we should agree with the government that I really work for 2 days so that I reclaim my time. So it is about eliminating the mutual pretense between the worker and the employer. So, where is the frontier of justice? I have come here to make an argument that the main frontier is not the courts. The main frontier may be the streets. First of all, reclaim your right to organize to begin with. And it will take a fight. It is a constitutional right. You know, the right to form trade unions is in the Constitution. But now the trade unions have become not watchdogs, but lapdogs. So now the employers pat the dog, and the dog doesn't bark, it just purrs. Why must you organize? You must organize because you must build your capacity to bite. Never bark if you cannot bite. You only annoy people and invite problems to yourselves. How would you treat a dog if you knew it had no teeth? You go and just give it a thorough beating. So, the frontier of justice lies in organization, first and foremost. Let me read that quote which I made as part of my remarks. Because it will enrich how you should respond to the challenge. It says, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet depreciate agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical. But it must be a struggle. And then what I started with. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. So, the frontier lies mainly in organization. Of course, employers will say, you can go. There are many people who are looking for jobs. So we need a generation of workers who have the skills to organize their fellow workers. Because the employer will want to pay you as little as possible. The other frontier is in politics. It is the politicians who make the policies and the laws. Around election time is the best time for workers to get as many concessions as possible. So it means the workers must be felt. For all the time I've been in Parliament, I've not had any groundbreaking motion being moved by the so-called workers, members of Parliament. Has any showed up here these last few days? I don't know what their message was. But Parliament is a very, very important platform. Now, I do not know whether these members of Parliament are connected to the very many resourceful people who can provide expert advice. Obviously, there will be resistance. I can tell you from experience. When I entered parliament at the age of 28, to come with an agenda to compel the government to accept peace talks with the rebels in northern Uganda, nobody wanted to listen to us. But there's a way of making people to listen. And I'll tell you today how to make people to listen. We proposed peace talks. We proposed that the IDP camps should be closed because they were like a medicine whose side effects were worse than the disease the medicine was intended to treat. We wanted the improvement in human rights conditions, the treatment of civilians by the military. We even wanted Uganda to open an embassy in Khartoum, which they said no to. We wanted amnesty for the rebels, particularly those who were abducted. The committee refused our recommendation. So two of us wrote a minority report. It was the first ever minority report in the history of Uganda's parliament. And we presented it amid serious boos. I don't think anybody has ever been booed in that parliament more than Norbert Mao. But if you are many and wrong, you are weaker than those who are few and right. They were many, but they were wrong. We were few, but we were right. So we persisted. As I talk now, all the 5 proposals have been implemented. So I want to hear those members of parliament talk about that lady whose hand was cut off. I want to hear that story being told in parliament as national television is following. I want to hear that lady being brought before the committee, the relevant committee, to give a testimony. I want the trade unions to push parliament to hold hearings on the conditions that workers face. So that is the second frontier. I've told you the frontier of organization, frontier of politics, then the courtroom. I started legal practice as a lawyer for the poor in legal aid. Having been involved in a lot of student politics, I was not very popular with those who were giving jobs in the government. In fact, I one time applied to be a state attorney and I failed to get it. The irony is that now I'm the head of the Ministry of Justice, where the state attorneys are. You see, God can really make jokes. This is the most serious joke God has ever made. A man who could not enter the ministry at the lowest possible level has now erupted, I don't know, through a ventilator, and he's in there. Not that I was not qualified to be a state attorney. I was. My uncle, Justice Ralph Ochan, who was on the interviewing panel, told me that the committee thought I was unsuitable on account of my rebellious nature, having led strikes, the fear that I would be disloyal to the government. Generally, I was exactly the kind of person the civil service did not need. I didn't complain, I accepted, because they redirected me, I think, to the right direction where I truly belonged. So, you are talking about legal fees. The trade union should have a legal aid clinic. It should have a legal defense fund. It's very important for a trade union to have that. Because the courtroom is a very important frontier in the struggle of workers. So, like I've told you, those three frontiers are hierarchical. I think in terms of weight, organization achieves more. They say even God blesses the army with the bigger guns. That when God sees two armies about to fight, he first surveys and sees which one has the bigger artilleries. Then he sees the one with the big artilleries, large numbers, then he declares, this is the Lord's army. So, indeed, if the workers want to be the Lord's army, invest in organization. I don't know whether the current trade union leaders came and spoke here about the challenges they are facing to organize. Trade unions should even have a strike fund, because when you go on strike, the employers know sooner or later hunger will be biting. So when a trade union has a strike fund where workers are getting food, they are getting something, let me tell you, if your factory is not running for 2 months, you are going to talk to the trade unionists. So whether you are striking doctors, whether you must first and foremost make sure you have a strike fund. If you have a strike fund like for 3 months and patients are complaining, sooner or later the patients will now join the strike and they will push the government. Imagine if those who sweep the streets of KCCA and so on simply decided, if they had a strike fund and they decided that we are not going to sweep the streets, the stench of garbage alone, there would be a traffic jam of marable stocks. So, the theory of struggle by workers trying to expand the boundary of their rights is a tested theory. And strikes, organization, collective bargaining, those are not subversive things. They are not subversive. But the government will make it appear as if, for instance, you are in alliance with those who want to overthrow the government. So you must also invest in communication. Many times the workers are such poor communicators that one TV appearance by the government spokesperson and the workers are rushing to State House to apologize to the president. Even us, when we were striking in Makerere University, we were told that we were being manipulated by the political opposition. We told the Minister of Education, Amanya Mushega, look, Minister, we passed very tough exams to come to Makerere. Do you really think we don't have the brains to think for ourselves? Do we need to be manipulated to realize that we need books? In any case, we asked him, would you have gone to school? Your parents would not have afforded private tuition. So why are you denying us what you got for free? So I do believe that having explored the theater of combat for that justice, because there are those who will resist your demand for justice. You can take that one from me. Not everybody will be cheering you when you are demanding. The second question that we deal with now is, of course, the context of that struggle. We don't have enough workers. The majority of people in Uganda are still peasants. Actually, the only organized peasant group are the border borders. The border borders are actually peasants. These are peasants riding bikes in the city. Why is it that they have been impossible to throw out of the city? Because in their own chaotic way, they represent an organized force capable of denying you a seat in parliament, and also they have numbers that are visible. In fact, the border borders are such a powerhouse simply on account of numbers. The day they wake up and decide to articulate stronger demands, it is possible that there will be a very strong catalyst. So that is the context of this struggle. The other one is the need for re-education of the lawyers. There are not many lawyers that are capable of arguing labor disputes because there is no money there. Money is in conveyance. So you act as a lawyer for the sale of a $5 million house in Kololo, and you are sorted for the year. You may be the most eloquent lawyer in the industrial court, but most probably your shoes will be worn out because you have poor clients. So, the kind of legal battles you must launch are the kind of legal battles comparable to those launched by this National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, of the late Justice Thurgood Marshall, who was the lawyer for the black people trying to increase the boundary of their freedoms. That is how such cases like Brown versus Board of Education were argued. There was another case of a black man who got married to a white woman, but the state law said that such a marriage was illegal. So they had to fight up to the Supreme Court. So finally, I am calling for crusaders. Crusaders are not paid fees. So the workers need lawyers who are like crusaders, who are fighting more for a cause rather than for money. It doesn't mean that this is a conflict or there should be hatred. Sometimes when people go to meet like the president or ministers, heads of delegations even go and say, Mr. President, actually me, I agree with you. But as you know, I'm a representative. So if you really don't believe in what your members are fighting for, what are you doing as their leader? When I was an MP, we used to go to meet the president, and the chair of the committee would start apologizing to the president in advance about the ideas we are supposed to present. Said, Mr. President, the committee has decided, but as you know, me, I agree with your position. Totally ridiculous. One time, the chairman of our committee, during the inquiry into why the war in the north was not ending, wanted to exempt the president from taking the oath. These days, committees take evidence without oath. For us, we demanded that people should take evidence on oath, and everybody who came had to swear. So we went to State House Nakasero, and our chairman started proceedings without the president taking the oath, yet we had the Bible. So I raised my hand and said, Mr. Chairman, the witness has not taken the oath. So the president said, oh, I'm required to take an oath. He likes to make people comfortable. So he realized the situation. So he took the oath very quickly and gave his evidence why the war had taken so long without ending. So the cause of justice is an enduring cause. The cause of equity is an enduring cause. It needs an army. Those who are denying justice to workers are very well organized. They have the Federation of Uganda Employers. What do you have? There are as many factions in the trade unions as there are in the political parties we lead. Now, given that the cause is an enduring cause, we must continue asserting that collective bargaining is not a violation of any law. We must also assert that employers are also bound by the law. I know cases of people who have suffered accidents at work. So, Madam Minister, you also have a problem in your Directorate of Labor. First and foremost, the employers don't want to have a contract with the workers. And then sometimes, when they are referred to the local government labor offices, the labor officers conspire with the employers, and then the labor officers even withhold the documents. There is a case that came to my office. The fellow has worked to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development for the last 1 year. So, what are we doing about this as the Ministry of Justice, as a clause? Number one, we now have the final draft of the National Action Plan for Human Rights, and it has provisions on the rights of workers. I do believe that we shall call some of you again so that we can agree before we take that policy to cabinet. That's the National Action Plan President Joe Biden was demanding. You heard him on TV. He said, number one, Uganda must repeal the Anti-Homosexuality Act. Number two, Uganda must enact a national action plan for human rights. But we didn't need to hear it from him to do our job. We had already finished the job, in fact. So now we are going to the stage of final consultation before we go to cabinet. Out of that policy, there will be many recommendations for changes in the law. And the workers can benefit from those changes. Number two, we are now mainstreaming alternative dispute resolution. And we are picking a leaf, my lord, from Kenya. Kenya is ahead of us. So in the Ministry of Justice, we are going to have an organ called the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution, OADR. And that is the body which will be training people to solve problems quickly. I know we lawyers are like peacocks. We like to go and show our feathers in the court and talk a lot while the clients are suffering. But alternative dispute resolution has solved very many problems. We believe that through alternative dispute resolution, we can deal with this kind of disputes quickly and cheaply. Moreover, in alternative dispute resolution, the workers and the employers will agree on who should mediate. My Lord, if I sue you, even if I want my friend Justice Linda to be the judge because I've known her since 1989, the courts will give me whoever they choose. But if we want mediation, then we'll say, how about Justice Linda Tumusime? Do you agree? Then you say, I think she can do it. That is now our choice. We are the fighters, but we have also chosen who should listen to us. As opposed to where people go to court, then they start attacking judges on account of their tribes, on account of their what. It is so messy. Our judges have suffered a lot of prejudice. So ADR is one way out. That's the second package of solutions that I bring to you. Thirdly, we now have a fully fledged human rights department in the Ministry of Justice. In fact, next month there will be a toll-free number for people anywhere to call the Ministry of Justice on any matter to do with human rights. And we advise. All of us need good advice. Even as a minister, I act advisedly. In fact, I'm more privileged than all of you because I have hundreds of people who are ready to run around and answer any question I have from my desk. I can make a call and say, what does the Constitution of Haiti say about forests? And in 30 minutes, somebody will come to say, Honorable Minister, Article this of the Constitution of the Republic of Haiti says this. So you must be a very stupid minister to make a stupid decision, because we have so many people who are paid to advise us to make good quality decisions. How then can you make a bad decision when you're a minister? So, Madam Minister, let me encourage you. All these experts are at your disposal. You are not a lawyer, that one I'm sure. But all the lawyers in the Ministry of Justice are at your disposal. All you need is to call. So take advantage. And that is why you have brought our brother Wamakau from Kenya to offer expertise. It is only God who doesn't need advice. All the rest of us need advice. And since there is only one God, nobody can pretend to be God here. So that's the other thing we are doing as the Ministry of Justice, to ensure that we can have capability of rapid response, at least to give advice. Because shedding light on a problem is half the solution. For those of us who grew in the rural areas, in the village, when you're walking in the dark, a tree stump can look like a lion, which is crouching ready to eat you. And when you are 7 years old, you fear lions. So if you try to take cover like this, it also goes down. When you try to walk fast, you see it following you. When you run, it is actually running until you start yelling. And then somebody in the house comes with some flaming grass torch, and you just see a tree stump. So, the experts may not give you the solution, but they clarify the problem, making it easier to solve. Because the reason we fail to solve problems is because the problems are still shrouded in a cloud of darkness. They are in a gray area. I want to encourage you to continue this conversation, and we are working with the judiciary to give Lady Justice Linda Tumsime more judges. She needs more judges. Because she has said there's a traffic jam in her court. So we have to clear that traffic jam. Secondly, to decentralize that court so that you don't need to come up to Kampala. I do not know what the Chief Justice will decide. Me, I'm just the minister. My power is the power. I do the work of the president. So, but our advice is taken seriously because it is well considered. We have told the Chief Justice to also make new rules applying to the industrial court, to, of course, assign some other judges also. There is also the possibility of having acting judges who can come to clear that backlog. As of this afternoon, I left when the president had given the speaker and the Chief Justice, and maybe some of us who will go as observers, to discuss the budget of the judiciary. And you remember there was a dispute between the parliament and the judiciary because the judiciary refused to submit its budget figures, saying they haven't agreed with Ministry of Finance, which wants to cut its budget, and yet the president had promised that the judiciary would have more money. So they refused to submit to the parliament. The dispute today went to Kololo airstrip. I was a bystander as the dispute continued. Finally, the president will meet them, and one of the justifications for more money is exactly what I have talked about, so that these cases of disputes between workers and their employers can be adjudicated as quickly as possible and justly. I do not know whether this will happen this year, but I mentioned to Justice Kiriabwire, who is in charge of the curriculum of Law Development Center, because labor law is really not there in the Law Development Center, where our lawyers get practical education. So we have proposed that he should endeavor that they put ADR and labor law, whether labor relations, as part of the curriculum of those students who are studying at the Law Development Center. So I hope that will ensure that the people who appear before you will just not give you stress, because there's nothing worse for a judge to listen to a lawyer who does not know what they are talking about. And I'm sure you have a lot to say about that. But like doctors, I know you don't talk about your patients. Because if you are to start characterizing the diseases we come to report, I think nobody will go to the clinic. Would rather go to the witch doctors instead. So with those many words, I hope we leave this place convinced that this is a worthy cause. On my part, I've already told you what we are trying to do to support. The Ministry of Justice is a service ministry. We actually don't do any work of our own. We work for LC3s in the sub-counties. Even when a sub-county chairman of Rushoroza somewhere there wants to pass a bylaw, we faithfully work on that bylaw in Kampala. That is our job. It doesn't matter what people are doing, whether they want to give a contract somewhere. We tell them this contract is okay, it doesn't violate any law, and so on and so forth. We are just a service ministry. We are like a scaffolding when you are building. You know those trees and stems you step on as you build a tall building. At the end of the day, they come down. They are not part of the building. So for us, we are also like that. We are like the crane you see hanging over the building. On the day they are entering the building, we are nowhere to be seen. We are dismantled and we go to another site. That is our job as the Ministry of Justice. And we are ready to serve all of you and to ensure that you do your job better. With those many, many, many words, I wish to declare this second National Labor Convention and Expo 2024 officially closed for God and my country.
Thank you so much, our dear Honorable Minister. But before you leave, I want to welcome again Lady Justice Lillian to pass a vote of thanks to our keynote speaker. We can take our seats, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through this.
When the big drum has sounded, the small ones should not drum. But I have been given this honor and privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to you, Honorable Minister, for those words of encouragement, for giving us the courage to organize and to move forward and stir the waters. We will definitely come to you to become the scaffold in this struggle. We thank you very much for gracing us with your presence, and we pray that you continue with this guidance. Thank you very much. We organized a gift for our keynote speaker, and on behalf of the organizing committee, the Industrial Court has some memoirs for you to remember Uganda. We know you love our pineapples. We unfortunately are not able to pack some in there, but we will definitely follow them through Akamba to follow you to Nairobi. And with that, Honorable Minister, please do the honors. Thank you very much.
Let's have that picture with her. Thank you so much. Upstairs, yes. Upstairs, yes. Okay. Let's give that a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll request my team in a special way to come and pick this present from our keynote addresser. Honorable Minister, before you leave again, and before you go back to your seats, both of you, I'm going to request that again you shortly stay up, as we want to cut a special cake to congratulate Lady Justice upon her birthday. The cake is here. We're going to do this very fast. We can put it right on that very table there. We are going to do it very, very fast. I request Judge Wawire to come and join us. Anthony, please come and join this. Our keynote addresser to join this. Commissioner Alex, come and join this as well. We want to cut this cake to celebrate her birthday on such a day when she has organized this far. And ladies and gentlemen, as we're leaving this place, please note that the journey is not for only the Industrial Court of Uganda or the Minister of Justice. It's entirely upon each one of us. As we're waiting for the knife, let me request the development partners to come and be a part of this photo. Let me request Dan and the other development partners to come and join. I know, Mr. Were, please come and be next to Ladit. You will organize better. Next time. Let's go up. Let's stand up, I think, for a better picture. Let's some of us stand up. Some of us stand up for a better picture. Before we cut the cake, let's first stand up here. We have this photo at once. Honorable ministers, please. We are going to cut the cake, but let's first have this photo moment with all our partners at once. Apologies. The tall ones will stand down and the others will actually stand up. That order will guide us. All our development partners, thank you so much for coming. Thanks to Annabelle, NSSF, the Uganda Law Society, Rescue Uganda, Grow Enterprise for Women, that project, thank you so much. We want to appreciate all the great partners who have been with us, UPPC, and the Federation of Uganda Employers, as the workers are equally organizing. Comrades, let us smile. Let us smile. Thank you so much. It's time to cut the cake. The birthday girl, given that she's here, and because equally Honorable Esther Nyakun's birthday was equally in April, they will both cut this cake. I request the Honorable Minister, Ladid Mao, and our keynote addresser, as well as Judge Anthony, to be close, and then we shall count. On the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. That cake signifies a new journey, and as we are yet to get to another journey of the industrial code. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. And now I request that we all stand up and we have the two anthems sounded, and later the team that is in charge of the cake will do the honors. But for now, let's have the East African anthem sounded and the Ugandan anthem, and then we shall depart at leisure. Thank you.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Jumuiya yetu.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can pass on the grace. You can handshake your neighbor. Thank them for coming. Thank you so much, honorable ministers, for being here with us. Please, before you leave, we have a cup of coffee again like yesterday. But make sure you have a bit of cake and make sure that you enjoy the evening tea we have. Thank you so much for coming. Safe journey home.